we can't wait until next year.
Home run.
Spring training can't get here soon enough. This is your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Presenting Again Fling's love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Attention retirement savers. A major U.S. bank predicts a 2025 recession as tariffs rattle markets. According to reports, 2025 recession risks just increased significantly. And a billionaire investor warns of a more serious global breakdown. That's why thousands of hardworking Americans are turning to the award-winning precious metals company, Goldco. Right now, Goldco is offering you a free 2025 gold and silver kit. Plus, you can get an unlimited instant match and bonus silver for qualified accounts. Call 855-969-GOLD to find out how you can help diversify your savings, tax and penalty free today. Help protect what you've worked so hard for before it's too late. Call 855-969-GOLD. That's 855-969-GOLD. You should always consult with your financial and tax professional.
Get ready, Chiefs Kingdom. We've got a powerhouse lineup of guests this season. Mitch Holtis, Dayton Hughes, and Josh Klingler bring you insight from the booth to the field on weekdays and game days. Insider scoops from Nate Taylor and Josh Briscoe keep you up to date all week long. Former linebacker Derek Johnson, and oh yeah, two-time MVP Patrick Mahomes. Don't miss a minute all season long right here on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. This is your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan. KFNC FM and AM. HD1 and HD2 Kansas City. An Odyssey sports station.
Two-strike pitch. It's a drive down the line. If it's Ferenz's moment, it is! It's tied! George has arrived!
I mean, you can't even hear him finish his call.
It gets loud there, doesn't it?
What a moment.
Here's the pitch. High fly ball, deep left field. Down the left field line, it is off the fair pole.
Wait, what?
Hey now, hey now, hey now. 3-run homer, Aaron Judge. This game is tied at 6-6.
What a moment. I get it. It's Kansas City radio. We're all Royals fans. Well, most of us are Royals fans here. And that wasn't about the Yankees last night.
No, it was not.
That was a moment in sports that has been lingering for many, many years. And whatever cliche you want to use, monkey off the back, weight of the world off your shoulders, the judge arrived.
Yeah.
And he had been there all postseason. And there's a few times in sports where you can kind of feel a moment coming, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've had that in Kansas City more often than not, but more recently, the Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl. When Mahomes did the run against Philly, you're like, okay, this is a moment. It's going to happen, and it does. And last night, Yankees are getting obliterated. Nobody in the world in pinstripes can get Vladimir Guerrero Jr. out. There's about to be a statue in Toronto with that man.
And there should be.
And there will be.
There will be, yeah.
He stayed. He got a contract. Yep. They paid him for moments that he's doing.
I don't think it's hard to say or wrong to say greatest Blue Jay ever. I mean, there's been some good ones, but
Dale Carter's up there.
Joe Carter.
Or Joe Carter's up there.
Yeah, he definitely is right now. Yeah. But if Vlad Guerrero continues to do this and he leads that team to a championship and sign that big contract, oh, yeah, he'll go down in that lore.
No doubt. And the game is, 6-3, and it's that moment, right? Judge comes up, guy fumbles a ball in the outfield. Toronto had been giving them chances all night.
Mm-hmm.
And Judge got a fastball inside at 99.7 miles per hour. It was 1.2 feet inside of the center of the zone, and it is the first time in the pitch tracking era, so since 2008 when they started doing the stat, regular season or postseason combined, that a hitter has homered off of a 99-plus mile-an-hour pitch that was also that far inside.
It was an amazing stat. I saw that last night or this morning as well. I'm like, God, they've got some kind of measurement for everything, don't they? And I think when you hear something like that, it kind of puts it into perspective on how massive a home run that really was. That was off the hands for Aaron Judge last night at 100 miles an hour, right? And he put that thing off the left field pole. And as I texted you last night, it's done. It's over for Aaron Judge, right? He is now officially off the hook. He does not need to do anything else because at the end of the day, you look at what he's done now in this series alone, he's hitting over 500. He almost hit for the cycle yesterday, in that game against the Blue Jays. And he came through in the biggest possible moment that you can have. And if you don't think that Aaron Judge has finally arrived and he's finally there and he's finally off the hook, what else does this man need to do? Because last night, he showed you why he is the MVP most likely of Major League Baseball. He took over that game last night. He absolutely 100% took over that game. And then Dusty texted me after a catch Aaron Judge makes last night. He goes, God, this guy just does it all. Something to that extent because he made that great catch the next inning.
No, I said he's still not done.
Yeah, still not done. That's what it was.
No, after he hit the home, because I texted Bob and I was like, this is it. This is the moment. And he goes, it's funny you say that. The radio, was it WFAN?
Yeah.
They're like, this is the Judge moment.
Right.
And I mean, it was 100-mile-an-hour piss missile right down the middle of the plate that he just misses. And then he comes right back inside, or I guess a little bit more inside, and it goes and it goes and it goes, doink, off the wall. And I mean, the TV broadcast microphones blew.
Yeah.
I mean, the Bronx went nuts. And again, like you can be like, you guys are Yankees fans? No, we're baseball fans.
Baseball fans, sports fans. This is a sports moment.
This is that moment. This is what's the guy, in Boston?
Carlton Fisk, yeah.
Carlton Fisk doing the wave.
Yep.
This is, this is Alex Gordon off of Familia in center field. Those are baseball moments when you see that. Like Familia was lights out as a closer. The Royals are down to their final 3 outs. Kaboom.
Yep.
Home run to center field. And when you watch that happen and you think about Aaron Judge and you think about the Yankees, yes, it's okay to hate the Yankees because of Jazz Chisholm or because of guys in the past like Clemens or whoever it may be. Maybe you don't like Jeter.
Right.
And Judge doesn't have that aura about him. At least somebody who's a diehard Kansas City Royals fan, I've never, ever been like, God, I hate Aaron Judge. Everything about him is exactly what hometown athletes are, right? Fresno State College. Gets drafted by the Yankees, been a Yankee for life, been a multi-time MVP, 60 home runs, 50-plus home runs, but always in the playoffs. He never, ever has done it. And then last night, in a time where their season is over,
right?
It's 6-3. You don't know how many more cracks at the plate he's going to get or an opportunity he's going to get, and he's been hitting well. He had like 10 hits in the series so far, and then boom, hits the foul pole. And it's like, not only was it a relief for Aaron Judge, but for Aaron Boone, for Yankees fans, for baseball fans that love moments like that. That's just one of those all-time iconic moments last night. And again, they may lose today, but Aaron Judge has won.
Well, yeah, Aaron Judge has won. And I was going to text you that last night. Regardless of what the outcome of that game ended up being last night, Aaron Judge won last night, and he is officially 100% now off the hook. He doesn't need to do anything else in the playoffs to continue talking about his legacy. Now, he does need to get a world championship for that Yankee lore, but when you talk about lore outside of the Bronx, you look at baseball, you look at sports in general, Aaron Judge is finally off the hook, right? Baseball is a team sport. He's done everything he possibly can to lead his team to victory. He needs everybody else to come alongside. They may lose today. They may not. I mean, we've got an opener going for Toronto today against Cam Schlittler, who's pitching tonight in the Bronx.
They were talking about that.
Every single one of you pronounce his last name. You kept first.
Schlittler. Oh, well, he's the master. Schlittler. Now your turn.
Sound like Hitler.
Oh, my God. No. All right, let's go to a break.
Excuse me.
I'm going Cam.
Let's go to a break.
I'm going Cam.
You can't say that word on television. Well, it was FS1 or 2 last night, depending on where you found it.
Well, there's that rain delay. It was a buzzkill.
Yeah, it really was. But you know,
Schlittler.
The Yankees were playing with
H.
No, there's no H in there. The Yankees are playing, obviously desperate because it was an elimination game last night, and they're playing, with their hair on fire, and they played awesome last night. And Aaron Judge was huge last night. Your stars are stars in big moments, right? That's what we say all the time. We look at around the game, and we can even go back to Monday night. The Chiefs didn't win that game, and the Chiefs have 3 losses on this season because their stars haven't been stars. Travis Kelce dropping passes, Chris Jones taking plays off, Harrison Butker not being able to hit the broadside of the barn. Those are your stars
in the red zone.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Never does that.
Literally, yeah, right.
He has never done that.
Well, he's got 2 now this year.
Yeah. Or I guess a pick 6 in the red zone.
He literally has never done that before. But you're right. You can throw Mahomes into that one with that interception as well. Your stars have to be stars in big moments. And if you're a Chiefs fan and you're looking at that Yankee game last night, you're going, what does that have to do with anything? The Yankees played desperate last night. I think the Chiefs need to be playing desperate on Sunday because if you fall to 2-4, then it really is desperate times. You're at 2-3 right now. It's not that big a deal. You've got to play desperate. You got to play Sunday, I think, if you're the Chiefs, like the Yankees played last night, like it's an elimination game, like you're playing for everything that you possibly have. You're going against a really good opponent. Your stars have not really been your stars, for the better part of this season so far. People are talking about the end of that dynasty, just like they were talking about Aaron Judge and the Yankees. Oh, it's over. Aaron Judge has never had it before. And then Judge goes out there and has a game like he's done last night. He's had a series like he's had so far where he's hitting over 500 against the Toronto Blue Jays. He's a star. He's doing his best to power his team. And that's what you need. When guys get paid the big money, they need to be the biggest stars. And Aaron Judge had not, Dusty, been that big star until this series against Toronto, until last night when he hit that home run and the entire perception of Aaron Judge changed of who he is and what people now think of Aaron Judge. He came through in the biggest of moments. It's not a huge moment on Sunday night for the Chiefs, but it's a big moment for them. It's a desperate moment for them. They need to play desperate, just like the Yankees did last night. And I'm sure the Yankees are going to play desperate tonight. I mean, you're going against a bullpen in an elimination game in Game 4, and as you said, in the Bronx. And I'm like, yeah, in the Bronx on top of that. Like, this is where we are with baseball. It's Game 4. It's an elimination game, and you're rolling out a bullpen game.
What are you doing tonight?
Well, we got 4 elimination games. Tonight's the only night this week we don't have anything going on. So
you got Survivor. 7 o'clock, CBS, better believe it.
I would normally be not jealous, but I would be watching those fans in the Bronx and I'd be thinking, they get everything.
Yeah.
But what I saw was people that were happy that this guy got the monkey off his back. And it was like, I'm glad I'm here for this moment.
Yeah.
And Dusty, I could feel that moment coming earlier in the game as well. And you mentioned them pitching him up and then in that at-bat. The at-bat before, I think 2 innings before that, the Yankees were down by 5. And I'm like, man, I think Judge is going to do his – I think the Yankees are going to win this game, and Judge is going to get that moment. I could feel this kind of in the air.
You can feel it coming at Yankee Stadium, you know?
You can. And he lined one down the line for a double, a couple runs scored, and it was up and in, fastball. And I was like, man, if that was a half inch farther out over the plate, that ball's going 450 feet. Next time up, high, lofty fly ball down the line. And as a guy who hates the Yankees, I'm kind of like, oh, stay fair.
Yeah.
It's a great moment.
It wasn't because it wasn't a Yankee moment.
No, it's a sports moment. It's
as
a baseball
contradictory
moment.
as that may sound, it was a sports moment because now even if the Yankees lose today, it won't be Judge's fault for the first time in his existence as a player for the Yankees.
Yep.
And their manager is hoping that he gets food poisoning and bad sleep.
John, you mentioned a great player turning around 100. You're a couple of innings into this game. Are you thinking, are we going to be able to get out of here without Judge heavily impacting the series? And what do you think now that he has?
Yeah, man. You look at it like that. He's had a good postseason. He's had a good postseason. He's had a pretty good career. I think him and Vlad kind of are taking their game to a different level. You know what I mean? You can kind of look at those two guys as really rising to the occasion. He's someone you're always aware of. We're always aware of where he is. And I think they've done a good job of putting good players in front and behind him in the lineup too. So there's times where you just don't want him to swing. There's times where you say, okay, let's get after him, and I'll take 100, 101 with some nasty breaking stuff executed any day of the week. And it just didn't work out today. But hopefully, he gets a bad night's sleep and has some bad food tonight or something like that. But it's you can give him credit, man. That was a ridiculous swing.
No doubt about it. Ridiculous moment, ridiculous swing. A ridiculous announcement was made yesterday, and maybe a ridiculous story of one Chiefs great that we'll get to on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Tune in to hear former Chiefs linebacker Derek Johnson every Monday at 7:20, right here on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at Golden Oak Lending have cured our blues a number of times over the last decade or so because they help us when we need it most. You're thinking to yourself, man, when do you need some help? Well, when you need some financial help, Golden Oak Lending is the call to make because with your house right now and the equity that you have built up in it, you could potentially cash out some cash and save money every single month because at Golden Oak Lending, they've lowered rates to 4.50%. While other lenders are talking about high rates, Golden Oak Lending is dropping their rates. And at Golden Oak Lending, the average cash-out customer saves $1,104 per month. And right now, with their 4.50% fixed-rate loan, you could save even more than that. It all starts with that free mortgage checkup. We do it about twice a year with Golden Oak Lending. Have a conversation about where we are financially and where we want to go. Maybe we've got some unexpected bills coming due. We need some cash out. Or maybe we've got, college tuition or a wedding we have to pay for. Whatever your financial needs are, talk to Golden Oak Lending about them. Take that free mortgage checkup. Risk-free, no paperwork or credit card required. And when you refinance with Golden Oak Lending, you'll go 2 months without having to make a mortgage payment. So you're talking 2026 before you make your next mortgage payment. Call them now, 913-890-GOLD. And let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Football season is big beef season. Join the Booth Creek Wagyu revolution and taste the steaks, burgers, and even Wagyu hot dogs that are changing the way America eats beef. Booth Creek has 2 convenient locations at 95th and Knoll and 135th and Metcalf, where they sample mouthwatering Wagyu every day. And their beef experts will lead you to the perfect cut. And now, Booth Creek is offering same-day delivery. Perfect for last-minute gatherings when you need Wagyu fast. Now available in-store, online, and same-day delivery. BoothCreekWagyu.com.
Guys, you can feel your energy slipping away, losing what makes you, you. It could be low testosterone. Take action now. Synergen X and Low T Center can help you reclaim your energy with a quick and simple free T-test. Visit a local Synergen X or Low T Center and receive pharmaceutical-grade testosterone, never compounded like the other clinics. Experienced providers increase your testosterone to the level that is just right for you. Treatment is covered by most major insurance with affordable self-pay options available as well. The best you is waiting. Book a free T-test at trtmvp.com.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start October 15th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
You've got a ton of equity in your home. You're sitting on a gold mine. You could do so much with all that cash, like travel, invest it, or pay off debt. But you can't touch it unless you sell your home. But you really don't want to move. And besides, homes are sitting on the market a long time these days. You're trapped, right? Not with TrueHold. With TrueHold, you can cash out your equity in as little as 30 days. But listen, you don't have to move. You can stay in the home you love as a renter. That's TrueHold's Sell and Stay program. Cash out your entire home's value and stay put. TrueHold even covers property taxes, property insurance, and essential repairs. Imagine using that equity to travel, invest, or pay off debt, and you can stay in your home. It's brilliant, especially in this slow market. Get your all-cash offer now. Call 1-855-300-9993 or visit TrueHold.com. The smarter, faster way to cash out on your home's value without moving. That's TrueHold.com.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by the Kansas City Wind Supply Group Vendor Showcase Thursday, October 23rd at J. Rieger & Company Distillery. Missouri side 70 eastbound heading out of downtown. Things get heavy at 18th Street. Just crawl along down past 23rd, getting into a construction zone where you're down to one lane. Discover the latest HVAC, plumbing, and trade solutions with companies like Milwaukee and Champion and 20-plus other vendors at the Kansas City Wind Supply Group Vendor Showcase Thursday, October 23rd, 3 to 6 at J. Rieger & Company Distillery. Plus, enjoy complimentary food, drinks, tours, prizes, and networking. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Coming up in about 25 minutes, we'll get to Jay Binkley, who will join us. Solid college slate coming up this weekend. We got Illinois, Ohio State. Big noon kickoff, Missouri, Alabama, Red River shootout. Those are just some of the few that I can think of.
That's enough, isn't it? I mean, that's a hell of a slate right there. If you got them boom, 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 back to back to back, you're ready to go.
I would think so. I mean, that's kind of the day for you. And then you can wake up on Sunday and boom, NFL arrives and the Chiefs and Detroit Lions will play on Sunday night. Before we get into that, something kind of awkward happened yesterday, again, involving LeBron James.
Well, everyone's on pins and needles across the country. You ready to go, LeBron? Where's the powder?
Left it at home.
LeBron, fans want to know where you're taking your talents this year. What's your decision?
In this fall, man, this is tough. In this fall, I'm going to be taking my talents to Hennessy VSOP.
VSOP? And this was the conclusion you woke up with this morning?
That was the conclusion I woke up with this morning.
Why?
I feel like it's going to give me the best opportunity to win more at hosting. And not only that, win at signature cocktails, win at having a good time, win at impressing guests, win at making memories, win at making it look easy, win at leaving people wanting more.
LeBron, appreciate it.
So there's that decision. 2.0.
That's like the fail sound on Price is Right, man. Like, that was just a waste of everybody's time.
It was a wet fart.
Yeah, it really, I mean, I don't even know what's worse than that.
Because yesterday was October 7th, October 6th from NBA Central. Ticket prices for the Lakers' final regular season home game have absolutely skyrocketed. The cheapest seat is now going for $445 when they face the Utah Jazz. Just hours ago, those same tickets were only $85 until LeBron's tweet sent prices through the roof.
Yeah, and I looked at StubHub this morning, $385 roughly to get in the game that day, and it said their tickets selling fast, right? Because everybody was running to buy those tickets yesterday for LeBron James. That was a waste of everybody's time. Like, we've talked for years about Aaron Rodgers being narcissistic, right? There's never been a more narcissistic human being in professional sports in the United States than LeBron James. Everything is about him. It is all focused around him. An advertisement for liquor is surrounding LeBron James, knowing that people are kind of waiting for what he's going to do. I'm convinced that this is not LeBron's last year. We've got at least 2 more seasons of LeBron James because he's not going out without a year-long fanfare. Does he deserve it? Probably. He's, one of the greatest of all time. But we know LeBron James would be making it all about himself because that's what he does. Everything he does is about himself, right? He is a narcissistic human being to the nth degree compared to Aaron Rodgers, who we haven't heard from all year, and I'm good with that. But LeBron is all about LeBron. So we know we're going to get another one of these probably in a year where he maybe makes his official announcement that he's retiring. I'd love him to pull a Johnny Carson and say goodnight and you never hear from him again. But we know that's not going to be the case. He's going to get a rocking chair at all of these places. He's going to be celebrated at all these places. And he should. He's been a great, obvious ambassador and basketball player. But that thing yesterday, that was dumb. That was a waste of people's time.
Something that wasn't a waste of people's time yesterday was the news of the day. The Bengals finally said enough with Jake Browning. And they're going to go get a quarterback. Joe's back, but not Joe Burrow. Joe Flacco. The Bengals send a 6th-round pick to the Cincinnati Bengals, and this trade indicates 2 things. One, Cincinnati is still going to try to win because they know their division is wide open.
It's wide open, man.
Pittsburgh's already had their bye, so their off week is done. Now they've got to go play the rest of their season.
Yep.
And do you trust that team to stay, do you expect them to right the ship the rest of the way? Baltimore, we know, is struggling bad.
And they're still the favorite to win that division, by the way.
Sure.
As of yesterday, the Ravens are still the favorite to win that division.
Cleveland, we know what that's going to be.
Right.
And now Cincinnati, who is, I believe, 2-4 on the season, still have a chance. And can Joe Flacco bridge the gap until Joe Burrow comes back? This also lets us know that the trades are starting a little earlier. And Adam Schefter said on Sports ESPN that he expects that each Monday and Tuesday until the trade deadline that we are likely to see deals adding up to around 10 to 12 before the November 4th deadline. So hold on for another month. There's going to be a lot of trades going on. It kind of lets you know a few things like, are the Chiefs going to be in this market? Are they going to go add something? Because the first 3 weeks of the season, a lot of people were saying, we need to get a running back, Now that's kind of shifted to, I think they should get some help on the defensive line or the edge. But this is the first of many. This is kind of the first one that rocks the ship because another storyline here is, guess who's the backup now in Cleveland?
Yeah, well, maybe not, though. I mean, I've seen conflicting stories on that. One story says he is the number 2, Shedeur Sanders, that is, who we're talking about. Another story says he's not the number 2. I'm thinking, who do you have if he's not the number 2 at this point in time?
We are officially on watch.
Right, because Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders are now the only 2 quarterbacks on that roster, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, they had 5 at the beginning of the year.
Well, who's the 5th one? Because they traded Flacco, obviously. They got rid of Kenny Pickett earlier, this year. They've got Dylan Gabriel on the roster.
Is that one weirdo still count?
I don't know. I don't know.
Snoop Huntley involved in the mix?
Sounds about right.
Is he on there? Is he on the team too? Is he? I mean, because there's a good chance that Chet plays for the Cleveland Browns. I think you may be right about that because I remember talking about him earlier in the season. But if Shedeur is the number 2, he's a play away from now being that starting quarterback in Cleveland. It is both, is how I'm looking at this trade yesterday, right? Does Joe Flacco make the Cincinnati Bengals better? I don't know, but he could be the first quarterback to beat the same team twice in a year with 2 different franchises, right? If he goes out there and, beats the Packers this weekend, who the Bengals have, he would have beaten the Packers with the Browns and with the Cincinnati Bengals. That's kind of cool from that standpoint. I don't know how much better it really makes the Bengals, but I will say this. Like, if you're a Bengals fan, which I don't know why you would root for that organization and team, but if you are, you got to feel pretty good about your front office as saying, hey, we're not going to die here on the vine. We're going to do what we can to try to maximize the talent on this roster with our 2 wide receivers, our Trey Hendrickson that we brought back for, obscene amounts of money for this season. We're still going out there and we're still going to try, and we're still going to try to put our best foot forward until Joe Burrow comes back. So as a Bengal fan, you got to feel good that your organization did that, because as Dusty said, that division is wide open, man. That thing is as open as can be right now in the NFL. And it's amazing to me that division is so wide open right now, because nobody's playing good football other than Pittsburgh, and nobody wants to anoint the Steelers. Everybody's like, the Ravens will figure this thing out. They made a trade yesterday to bolster their defense.
Brother.
Yeah, which is, how many more of those are we going to see, right? Because there could be a few more of those. What if they trade Trey Hendrickson out there Trey Hendrickson, but, what if the Ravens need a running back, and all of us, or not Ravens, but the Chargers need a running back, and all of a sudden they say, hey, you want Derrick Henry? Brother type trade,
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to work out.
So Bailey Zappi, thanks to the text
Okay,
line,
Bailey Zappi is the guy.
Squad. He's on the practice squad. And as of right now, Deshaun
Watson, yes!
is listed as designated to return on the PUP list. So I think for this weekend, Shedeur is at number 2, but in general, not so sure.
How long are we waiting for Deshaun Watson to return from the PUP list?
Hopefully never.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't deserve to play in the NFL. Playing in the NFL, as we talked about last week, is a privilege, not a right. I don't think Deshaun Watson has earned the privilege to play in the NFL.
Watson, yes!
That guy sucks. So playoff odds for the Chiefs, they have the best, they have the 5th best odds to get to and win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And they currently have the 2nd best odds to win the AFC.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people yesterday, obviously down and out because of the loss and all the, the stuff we saw from Chris Jones to Harrison Butker to Mahomes throwing a pick 6. And, of course, I want to go see what national television hosts have to say. And Colin Cowherd's show, obviously, on Right When We Get Home. And I was kind of surprised what his reaction was, because I kind of felt the same way.
I'm telling you, Kansas City's coming, and they're coming fast. Kansas City averaged 7.6 yards a play. Before last night, a team that averaged 7.5 yards a play had won 33 straight games. I don't care what the final outcome was. Jacksonville's a ridiculous winning team. But I was impressed with a team that lost yards per play, first down, rushing, red zone. Kansas City's a better team. They're a very young team, and they had 13 penalties. Andy Reid is going to coach those mistakes out of them. I think Kansas City's good and getting better, so congrats to Duval. But this morning, I feel Kansas City's a better team.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that, right? Like, the loss does sting. I'm not going to lie. Like, I was even talking to Spectre about it. He goes, yeah, I haven't been that mad like you were in a long time. I go, no, this is the
or Alex.
Yeah, or Alex. But I think for all of us, I think after that game on Monday night, I think that was the most pissed off we've been in the Mahomes era at a game, right? That was as angry as we've been. And you take a step back and you realize they did everything right in that game except for the penalties. And I think Colin makes a great point. Andy Reid will coach that out of these guys, right? You're going to, he's coached Jawan Taylor now for 8 quarters to not have a penalty. I know they called that one on him. That's not on him. That's on the wide receiver who didn't line up Thornton properly in that scenario. So Jawan gets, called for the penalty technically, but it's not on him. He's gotten that guy to play 8 straight quarters of mistake-free football. Andy Reid is unbelievable at what he does as a leader inside. They had 13 penalties. What do you want to set the over-under on for penalties on Sunday night against Detroit?
4.5.
That's where I was going to go. I was going to say 4.5, and I might take the under on that one, because there's going to be the come-to-Jesus meeting like they had with Jawan Taylor. They're going to have it with all 53 of these guys now and say, look, guys, you cost yourselves a win. Duval didn't beat you. Right? You beat yourselves because of these 13 penalties. Do you want to continue doing that? Do you want to continue doing that? Do you want to continue doing that? Because if you do, we're going to show you the door. We're going to show you your way out of here. And that's the message that needs to be had. These penalties need to end. And if they can get Jawan Taylor to play 8 quarters of mistake-free football, Andy Reid can eliminate 13 penalties from other guys on the field.
And they're still going to get Rashee Rice back. Xavier Worthy's going to get healthier, you would think. Yep. I think the ankle, obviously with another sort of week to prepare for this game. I'm sure his practice will be limited today, as they will get back to the practice squad or to the practice field as well today.
Mm-hmm.
But I think when you look at what that game was, and you have time and you have 48 hours now to digest it, there were a lot of first times, right? 14-point lead, up 14-0. First time the Chiefs had lost. First time Patrick Mahomes thrown a pick six inside the red zone. That team drops an interception that changes the whole perception of the game. There's a couple of plays that could have been batted down. I know Trevor Lawrence threw a great pass to Brian Thomas Jr. Could have been deflected. The pass to, Travis Hunter, the one that he just threw up in the air, and for some reason, I don't know where Shamari Connor was going, but he just kept running through and looked lost.
Yeah.
Those type of things you don't really see all the time, with this Chiefs team. And yeah, they lose that game 31-28. Jacksonville goes down and scores and will pretty much walks it off. But again, those things don't normally happen. And I'm going to look at the sample size that I have, that is the Kansas City Chiefs in the last 9 years. And I'm going to take that side of the argument rather than just take a 48-minute game and say that's who the team is, because that's not who they are. And I know that there is panic because they have 3 losses in 6 or 5 weeks on their schedule. And it's merited to have that sort of feeling because this is not the norm. But also, the norm is not what you watched on Monday Night Football. And now they will get a test to prove that to us all on Sunday night against a good team in Detroit who was also beat up on the defensive side.
Yeah.
But the love of my life also made me relax last night when she had this to say about the Chiefs.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it, but let's take a look right now at some of these miscues. 13 penalties. Andy talked about it after the game. Most they've seen since the wild Monday Nighter, against the Rams. Way back when, pre-COVID, long time ago. That's the first time they've blown a 14-point lead since the 2021 AFC Championship game against the Bengals. The first time that they've outgained an opponent by 150-plus yards and lost since 2019 against Tennessee. And that is the first time ever Patrick Mahomes has thrown a pick six in the red zone. It was my world stopped seeing that. It was insane to watch that. This is not Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes football. They, of course, know that they have to be better. But I am low-key I wouldn't say impressed. We saw, I'm encouraged. I'd say that long-term from now on. The offense looks explosive again, doesn't it? It was sloppy, but at least they looked explosive. They're going for it. You can be mad at Chris Jones for his effort. You can be mad at Butker for kicking the ball out of bounds. I don't know what's going on there, but we're certainly monitoring it. But we're not slandering Andy. We're not doing that. This is an aberration. The team's going to figure it out. And from Kansas City, you want to know something? If you're a Kansas City fan this morning, why don't you stop trying to fire your Hall of Fame coach? And why don't you look at some perspective for breakfast here? Have some perspective in that the Chargers and Broncos have not exactly taken advantage of the opportunity, okay? The Chiefs are just a game back of the division lead. LA's gotten bad injury news on bad injury news. Amari and Hampton now missing the next 4 weeks. Chargers still favorites, of course. Kansas City, a close one, though, at plus 185.
You hammering the 185?
Well, of course. I mean, they're going to win the division. I mean, it was just 2021 when this team was sitting at 2-3. So it's not like this is uncharted territory right now. And they've been in these tough situations before. They were down with 13 seconds to go and found a way to win a football game, right? We have seen this team overcome so much adversity over the years. And until I don't see it, I'm going to continue to believe that they're going to continue to overcome adversity. And this is one of those games on Sunday. I just feel really good about this one already because I do feel like the Chiefs are going to play in that desperate mode because they need to be playing in that desperate mode. And when you play in that desperate mode, I think sometimes good things happen. You start to finally realize, okay, we're hitting our stride and we're going to go out there and we're going to take care of business. We're going to not let the Detroit Lions hang around. We're going to go out there. We're going to get up early. We're going to score early. We're going to score often, and we're going to keep them at bay. And I think that's the mindset that they're going to have going into this game. They better have that mindset going into this game because it is a very, very, very now important game. A couple of things that Kay talked about. She mentioned the Bengals and Tennessee. We've talked about those games already this week. Those are the moments that you look back on that are as she used the term, the aberrations in this Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes era. These guys have been so successful, so good, so unbelievably awesome at what they do that literally everybody knows the 3 moments to look back on where they didn't get the job done and say, yeah, this isn't going to happen. The Bengals game, the Tennessee game, the Raiders on Christmas Day, right? Those are the 3 games that we all kind of go back to and look at and go, boy, they didn't get it done. And what happened after that? It was a bad performance. But you know what they did after those performances, after the Bengals game? They traded Tyreek Hill and won 2 Super Bowls. After that Tennessee Titans loss, what did they do? They went on and won a Super Bowl. After that Raider Christmas Day loss, what did they do? They went on and won a Super Bowl. So when they hit rock bottom, when you think it's like, oh my God, this is awful, and we're not in rock bottom territory for an organization. We're in rock bottom territory, maybe for some fans right now. If you believe this is rock bottom, the last couple of times that the Chiefs did hit that quote unquote rock bottom, they've bounced right back up and they took it and they won the Super Bowl because of it. And so I think sometimes a little adversity, a little struggle is good for this football team. They need to see it. We talked about it yesterday a little bit, right? Mm-hmm. This team is not great at losing, okay? They're not used to it. They're not comfortable with it, and that's a good thing. But you also have to understand how to embrace it and how to use it for good. And I think they've done that in the past, and that's because of Andy Reid. Every time it looks like, oh, my God, what are we going to do? This franchise finds a way to spin it around, and they find a way to get a win. And I guarantee you, even though they're a favorite, I'm sure everybody this week is going to pick the Detroit Lions to win this game, and rightfully so.
Chiefs are favored by 2.5.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, it's 2.5 now? It was 1.5 before the game against Jacksonville. If they're now a 2.5-point favorite, my goodness, everybody's loading up on the Chiefs already early in the week. But I think like most people are probably going to pick the Lions to win. They'll make great cases why the Lions should win this game. But you can't factor in those intangibles. You can't factor in the mindset of Patrick Mahomes, the mindset of Andy Reid, the mindset of Steve Spagnuolo. At the end of the day, they still are the best at the 3, I would say, most valuable positions in your organization: head coach, defensive coordinator, and quarterback. They're better than everybody else at all of those positions in the NFL. There's not a better head coach, there's not a better quarterback, and there's not a better defensive coordinator in the NFL. We have them all right here in Kansas City, and that gives us such a leg up, such an advantage on everybody else. And when they hit rock bottom and everybody's talking negative about them, that's when they're going to thrive. And I expect them to go out there, and I think they're going to have a great game on Sunday.
What say you, Nathan?
I want to give a shout out to Kay Adams for bringing up that Titans game from 6-7 years ago. That was the game that Mahomes was just back from his injury from. We had no idea what that knee would look like, and then he's throwing jump passes to McCole Hardman, and then the Chiefs still lose. It was very confusing.
Well, they lost because they were running the same damn play on the field goal, and the Tennessee Titans timed it, and they knew exactly what they were doing. That was a fail by Dave Toub in that game, and they haven't had that problem since.
That's true. That's true. But I came away with the same feeling as I did from the other night of like this. On Monday, they had 480 yards of offense and they lost a football game. Are you kidding me? Now that things turned out all right that season, the defense turned it around down the stretch, and we know where that went, and I'd be fine with that happening this year. Bob, I go back to what you said yesterday about personnel versus the mistakes that they're actually making this year, and we're not worried about them not having a left tackle or not having a wide receiver, which we have for years now. Since the Tyreek Hill trade, since the Eric Fisher injury, we've had those concerns. It is, hey, can your Hall of Fame tight end, defensive tackle stop making those mistakes? Mahomes has been great outside of the pick 6. I mean, he has to own that one, and he has, but he's been great. And then, do the coaches fix the special teams penalties, the formation penalties? I trust all of those people to do those things.
Right. And ultimately, even with the 13 penalties, it still comes down to your stars being stars. If Mahomes doesn't throw that pick and Bucker doesn't kick it out of bounds, they win that football game. They win that football game. And I'm not blaming Patrick Mahomes at all for that loss, believe me. But as we talked about when we started the show with Aaron Judge, when your star players show up and they play big, you win. When your star players don't show up, Chris Jones, and don't play big, Chris Jones, you end up losing those games.
And since it was a loss, we didn't talk much about it. But as much as we can sit here and say, hey, if he doesn't throw that pick 6, they win, got to get some love to Nick Bolton as well for that play on the goal line.
Yeah, right.
That could easily undo that argument right there.
Yep.
The Jaguars could just as easily say, well, I mean, if Lawrence gets an inch further before Bolton punches that ball out, they win by 2 scores or whatever. So it kind of got lost in the shuffle, but incredible play by Bolton.
It was, yeah, and you're right about that. It does get lost in the shuffle, but that was an unbelievable play. I thought at that moment, too, that's a game-changing type of play right there. Oh, that takes the wind out of their sails. Credit Duval for staying in there and hanging out. But now, as we move forward, you look at the big picture and you go, guys, even if you didn't clean up the penalties, if Patrick Mahomes is Patrick Mahomes and Chris Jones is Chris Jones, they win that football game. And what I mean is Patrick Mahomes doesn't throw an interception in the red zone ever, and did. And that happened, and it was a mistake by him. Great play by Lloyd again. I'm not taking anything away from that guy. Unbelievable play. But it goes back to these guys are stars for a reason. When they play their best, that's when the team wins. Any team in professional sports is that way.
Last year they were 15-2. They were 11-0 in one-score games, but there was no offense.
Right.
This year they're 2-4, 0-3 in one-score games.
It's crazy.
But the offense is there. They're 5th in points per drive. They're 2nd in yards per drive. They're 8th in total yards. They're 9th in passing yards, and they average 25 points a game.
Mm-hmm.
This team and its offense will continue to thrive, but will the defense get better? It is a Wednesday, so I want to get into our Fescoe and Dusty poll question.
I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
You can head over to the X page and look up the fan 965 Fescoe and Dusty Wednesday poll question. Who do you have more confidence in turning it around the rest of the season, Harrison Butker or Chris Jones? We will ask Jay Binkley that exact same question because he joins us on the other side here at 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Chiefs.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
I don't sell lab-grown diamonds because they represent everything that can be bad about the jewelry industry and are the opposite of why my family is in it. This is Gene at House of Diamonds. I opened my diamond and custom jewelry shop to build relationships of trust with my customers. Prior to opening House of Diamonds, I worked at other jewelry stores and saw how that trust can be betrayed. And now I'm seeing it again with those who are selling lab-grown diamonds for thousands, nearly all of it profit, knowing that they are worth nothing the second they leave the store. So if you ever want to sell that lab diamond or want to trade up, you have literally nothing to sell or trade. That will never happen at House of Diamonds. We guarantee a trade-in value of 100% of the price you paid us for your hand-selected natural diamond. Don't become a lab-grown diamond victim. Learn more at mybigrock.com and then come see me at House of Diamonds on the southeast corner of College and Quivira.
It's football season, and I can't wait for the games. And now I have even more reason to cheer on the Chiefs. I just head to Hy-Vee the day after any game and score savings at the pump with my Hy-Vee Perks card. Win or lose, I earn a fuel saver discount equal to the Chiefs score based on the amount I spend. If the Chiefs score 35 points, I save 35 cents per gallon when I spend $35 on groceries. The more we score, the more I save only at Hy-Vee. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Flu season is here. Get your flu shot today at your local Hy-Vee pharmacy. It's easy, convenient, and no appointment is necessary. Plus, when you get your flu shot at Hy-Vee, earn a 20-cent fuel saver. That's right, a 20-cent fuel saver. Get your flu shot when it's convenient for you. Schedule online or just stop by your Hy-Vee pharmacy. No appointment necessary. Help your family stay healthy. Get your flu shot and get a 20-cent fuel saver only at Hy-Vee. See store for details. Some restrictions apply.
Prime Big Deal Days is here with great kitchen deals. Greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days now.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start October 15th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Take advantage of the nice fall weather and schedule your consultation with the outdoor living specialists at Powell Exteriors KC so you can enjoy the weather in style and comfort. Imagine watching football on your new deck, protected from the elements, and you'll have the confidence of Powell Exterior KC's 10-year workmanship warranty, easy financing, and pay no interest until 2027. Go to powellexteriourskc.com today and experience the power of KC's exterior experts.
Men, if the long lines to the bathroom have been holding you back from attending sporting events and you're waking up in the middle of the night dealing with frequent urination, it could be an enlarged prostate. Jeff Montgomery here to talk about the minimally invasive procedure I had that made a big difference. I went to Dr. Brown at Miva Medical, the leader in minimally invasive treatments in Kansas City. The procedure was quick and easy, and I'm very happy with the result. Don't put up with being uncomfortable. Contact Miva Medical. That's MIVA-medical.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by the technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony, plumbing, heating, cooling, and electric on the Missouri side, heading out of downtown 70 eastbound. You hit delays at Prospect, just crawls over past 23rd Street, getting into and through a construction zone where you're down to one lane. Turn recent repairs into savings. Get up to $4,500 off a new HVAC system. Stay comfortable year-round. Schedule now at AnthonyPHCE.com. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Chewing tobacco, football and booze. He knows Bobby Bowden, he knows Pete Carroll. He likes the 3-4 defense. He's Jay Finley. He loves beer and chewing tobacco, football and booze. He knows Bobby Bowden, he knows Pete Carroll. He likes the 3-4 defense. He's Jay Binkley.
Better believe it. Every Wednesday, same time. You don't even need to say your schedule. You just know what happens. Jay, before you get started, Bob's got a stat for you about these Chiefs that maybe you didn't know about.
Yeah, a lot of people are kind of writing these guys off, Jay. 2021, they were 2-3 after their first 5 games where they are right now, and they went on and made it to that AFC Championship game against the Cincinnati Bengals. I just feel like when their backs are against the wall, man, they seem to rise to the occasion. They make those changes necessary, and that's kind of where I'm sitting right now, because I think this team today is better than that team in 2021 that was sitting at 2-3.
Yeah, I think people forget about that. 2-3 that included losses to the Buffalo Bills and the Chargers. People thought the sky was falling. Then the Chiefs get back to 3-3, Bob.
Yep.
And then they went to 3-4. So then they went to 3-4, and then they played the New York Giants. Harrison Butker kicks a field goal with a minute left in the game, or they would have been 3-5. But they ended up going 4-4, so they went under 500 twice early in that season, but they ended up turning out all right, and we know they should have beat the Bengals in that AFC title game. That was so close. A few things you'd go here and there, but they didn't. But they still went to the AFC title game.
Yeah, and that's why I think a lot of people are looking at that game on Monday night, and they're like, all right, I'm pissed off for the first time, in the Patrick Mahomes era, maybe at a regular season football game. But in the big picture of things, this is a team that is still one of the best teams, I believe, in the NFL. Their offense is now starting to click on all cylinders. They made some mistakes from a penalty standpoint, but by no means are we throwing out this team and saying the season's over because they're sitting at 2-3.
I heard the dumbest thing yesterday. It was from former NFL player Chris Caney on that on ESPN, and he consistency with this team. They don't like to lose. You're not complicit in losing. If anything, they're driven to keep winning. But that was the dumbest comment that you could make against the Kansas City Chiefs, because they don't settle in and they don't accept losing. It's like they don't accept it. They try to fix it. So, yeah, just settling in and realizing that they're going to lose games is not something they do.
It's amazing how guys who played the game have no clue compared to guys like the three of us that sit around and talk about the game. I'm always amazed by that. The guys who played the game have less knowledge about the game than people who watch the game and cover the game.
Oh, it is. In this, the whole refs against the four favor the Chiefs. The Chiefs are third in the NFL in penalties, and I don't know. I like what Cody said yesterday, and he's right, 100%. Did you notice the announcers? Like, if the Chiefs get a call for them, everybody brings it up. The announcers are really starting to do it. Oh, man, this favors the Chiefs and all this. But if the penalty happens to favor the other team, it's like, oh, it's just human error. Just human error that happens. Referees are humans, that happens. But there is a little bit of slotting towards the Kansas City Chiefs in the officials. The announcers are not doing anything to help perpetuate that now.
Yeah, well, screw them. Bigley, there's obviously 2.5 is the line for the Chiefs this weekend against Detroit. Their secondary's beat up. You got to think with this offense that is clicking, again, we're one more game away from getting number 4 back in the receiver unit. You got to think there's something going on with, like we always say, what does Vegas know that we don't know? And they've got the Chiefs as a 2.5-point favorite, minus 148 on the money line.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they want. I do think Detroit brings in, well, they're number 2 in the NFL in sacks. This is one thing that Detroit does is get after quarterback. But like, you guys were talking about yesterday, they're hurting in the backfield, losing 2 cornerbacks. Yeah. It doesn't look like Terrion Arnold's going to be gone for the year. He'll come back at some point. Not sure what Vegas is thinking. One thing they don't do is look at how the Chiefs kind of feel like their backs are against the wall and they're at home and they want to at least get to 500 before they lose Rashee Rice. They kind of lose that human factor, just like making the Baltimore Ravens favored at Arrowhead Stadium. They were buying into that, but you don't make Patrick Mahomes the underdog, obviously the favorite in this one. But Patrick Mahomes and these Chiefs, they know what's ahead of them. They know just getting to 500, how big that team is, having Rashee Rice come right back.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. What do you expect out of Chris Jones this weekend? Do we expect him to look at that performance and turn it around and play big on Sunday night against Detroit? I think he needs to.
Yeah, I think so. I think he will. I think his desire, a strong desire, is still to be there. I think he takes a lot of things too personally and just needs to settle down and calm that team. He's the captain. He's got to calm these guys down and put them in the right place. I mean, it showed the team a lot when he comes back and barely makes the game coming back from the funeral. That showed his teammates, his commitment to them. But, showing, the iPad on the sideline or the with the players, out of position and stuff like that, that doesn't help. It doesn't help when you try to lead and you're not leading by example, that you're telling everybody to be in certain places. It goes a lot further if you have a player that's an established player, going to be a Hall of Famer like Chris Jones, that screws up, that admits he does. It's like Patrick Mahomes after the game, taking, fault for the interception. Hey, we don't need to throw interceptions and stuff like that. They go so much further when people take blame instead of blaming others. I mean, Ned Yost, part of what made him a great manager with the Royals, he kind of got the temperature of what the media and the fans were thinking, and he'd go in there and say, yeah, I told Burrow to steal that base, or I told Esky to steal that base. And so put the blame on Ned Yost. But he would oftentimes take the blame when it wasn't for him. And I just see, Patrick Mahomes. Chris Jones needs to be that guy. He needs to look at how number 15 handles losses and accepts blame for things, because he's not doing it. And do I expect more from him? I do. I expect this whole team. They seemed to be more upset yesterday after that loss to the Jags. I mean, they were all down. They were driven. I mean, they didn't talk a whole lot, after that game. They're focused in. But there was a kind of a little switch that happened after that Jaguars game where we thought this team would be really mad and upset throughout the offseason. I think it really, really hit them in that Jacksonville game.
Well, let's have a switch here, Jay, to college football, because a pretty good slate after last week's boob of a week of college. Saturday kicks off Ohio State, Illinois. Then you get Alabama, Missouri as well. You get the Red River Shootout with number 6 Oklahoma playing unranked Texas Longhorns. And then 2:30, we get to crack open another fresh six-pack, and we get Indiana at Oregon. That's going to be a doozy. Plus, at 6:30 at night, Kansas at Texas Tech. What say you about this Missouri-Alabama matchup this year?
I love it. Missouri actually won for not even playing last week and having a bye week, because Alabama gets that big win over Vanderbilt. I know it's weird saying Vanderbilt big win for Alabama, but it was. Like, they needed that. This team's on a roll at this point. They have one of the best quarterbacks in the nation. Ty Simpson's climbing up those Heisman's odds. You can find him at number 2 at different places. Kalen DeBoer now 5-1 against ranked teams when he's doing well. And you look at James Franklin.
I would say better than
doing.
James Franklin, right?
Yeah, James Franklin losing all these games. That was funny. We should get to that Penn State game because that was funny. But anyway, Alabama winning. This will be the first top 15 matchup in Columbia since 1979. Dusty, I know you weren't born at that point. Bob, were you born in 79?
I was born in 77, so yeah, I was,
Oh,
I
yeah,
was
you're
around.
too.
Yeah, I think I watched that game, yeah.
You watched, Missouri loses to Texas there. But the biggest matchup, only top 15 team matchup between both teams in Columbia. You have Ahmad Hardy climbing those Heisman charts. He's starting to get the respect nationally. Bo Prabula, the quarterback. I think Penn State is having that thoughts like, oh man, why do we let Prabula transfer to Missouri when he's better than their current quarterback, Drew Aller? But this is big, and Missouri starts their gauntlet now. Because then they go on the road for the first time the following week at Auburn. They still have to go to Vanderbilt. They finish the season against a very good Oklahoma Sooners team that took that number 1 defense in the country for Missouri as Missouri sits number 2. But, yeah, what a huge game. This weekend slate, I texted you, Bob, I think. I said, just wait till next week.
Mm-hmm.
See what you have to do last week, but get everything done for this week. But, yeah, Bama and Missouri at 11. 2:30 is ridiculous.
No doubt.
This is Bob. This is on your patio, 2 TVs, because Indiana, Oregon, and then of course you have the TCU Kansas State game there. If you're a local fan, want to watch Kansas State, and then of course Oklahoma and a very beat up Texas team with Arch Manning, John Mateer, the quarterback of Oklahoma. People are waiting to see what his decision will be. Will he play in this game or not? They might not need him because Oklahoma is a lot better than Texas this year. But Indiana, Oregon's interesting too, because Indiana is quietly, I think they're better than they were last year, and they were a playoff team last year. But there's interesting things going on between these Big Ten teams, Bob, that are traveling East Coast to West Coast.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Sometimes, Penn State found that out against UCLA, that travel in 2 time zones. Oregon, clearly, they did beat Penn State, but it was double Oregon. I think Oregon is much better than Penn State, but it did take them 2 overtimes. Last year, East Coast to West Coast teams were 8-18 in conference when they had to travel 2 time zones. The NFL's figured it out. The Big Ten has not. For example, look at Penn State. Last week they traveled a couple time zones to the West Coast. But yeah, teams are not doing well. Or the Huskies. The Huskies last year were 4-0 at home in conference games and 0-5 on the road in conference games. So the Big Ten has not figured out this for betting purposes. Dustman, East Coast to West Coast, West Coast to East Coast. Very not going to win them all, but it's probably going to win most of them.
It's interesting, Jay. Tonight begins, I think tonight or tomorrow, 49 straight days with football. We know where you'll be.
Yeah, it's perfect, Bob. You got playoffs. Hey, we have Conference USA starting midweek action.
Thank God.
Now in college football, so you got that. You got the baseball. We had opening night in the NHL.
Yes. Fall puck,
night.
Jay. Fall puck.
And I wonder if the Panthers will get the same kind of vitriol the Chiefs do. They've been to 3 straight Stanley Cups. Now, they did it opposite of the Chiefs because they lost that first one 3 years ago. Then they won 2 in a row. Chiefs, of course, won 2 in a row and lost 1. Maybe people just don't care about the NHL. It's just clearly I do. But I think nationally they don't. But it is funny that there's 2 teams in professional sports that have gone to 3 straight championships games, and it's the Chiefs and the Panthers.
Well, Binkley, somebody wants to let you know, Shawnee Mission East versus Shawnee Mission North football game this week. Nut Cup rivalry, baby, is what the text line wants you to know.
I love it. There is, a handful of local high school games that do have rivalry trophies, on the line. Oh, I did want to ask you guys something. You remember UCLA beating Penn State this weekend? Remember Jerry Neuheisel, who was their offensive coordinator?
Did you see his son?
Yeah, it was Rick's son. But everybody was talking about him. This was funny because he was, Sports Center was talking about him. He was carried off the field, and you say people think he was the coach of that game. He wasn't. Tim Skipper was the interim coach. I've rarely seen the offensive coordinator get all the love like young Neuheisel did, who was just elevated from tight ends coach. I give him credit, though. He had 2 days to put a game plan in and beats Penn State, but everybody assumes he was the one coaching the game. No, it was Tim Skipper. It was the offensive coordinator. Rarely do you see an offensive coordinator get that kind of love. But, credit him. He did smash Penn State.
Bink knows football. Bink, we'll talk to you again next Wednesday, and let's get this win for the Chiefs on Sunday.
All right, fellas. Have a good day.
That's Jay Binkley right there for you on your airwaves. Coming up on the other side, as we continue to roll around this week, that is Chiefs football. This team is the third highest penalized team. We ask for accountability. We discuss here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Leo Chanel, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens, and that cool weather's moving in, that hot weather's moving out, but keep it hot in the bedroom. And if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction, just remember that ED is nothing more than a medical condition. Studies show that around 50% of men over the age of 50 have some form of the condition, and young men can be affected by ED as well. But what you may not know is that ED stems from a variety of causes, and these often call for differing treatment strategies. And that's what Heartland Men's Health does. Heartland Men's Health treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. Heartland Men's Health successfully treating men in the Kansas City area. So, if ED has been affecting your intimacy, schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider and a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff, and if you are like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Kansas; Independence, Missouri, between Blue Springs and Lee Summit; and in North Kansas City. So call my friends at Heartland Men's Health today at 844-447-6600 or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a pro football no sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a no sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a no-sweat token. Find your favorite matchup and be part of the action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Kansas only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
When it comes to buying a car, simple wins. Rob Site Ford has the inventory, the trade values, and the non-commissioned team that puts you first. No pressure, just 4.8 stars on Google for a reason. ROBSIGHT.com.
You could be on the 50 at GEHA Field for the official coin toss at a Chiefs home game this season. Enter to win at Chiefs.com/GEHA. GEHA is the proud partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he buy Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Paid for client betrayal and endorsement. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law. How about 3 great reasons? 1, it's easy. 2, it's fast. 3, the results.
Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Car wreck?
Get the money you deserve. Mike's got this.
Chiefs coverage brought to you by Community America Credit Union. Member owned, open to all. Community America Credit Union. Invested in you. Cody and Gold are broadcasting live this Friday from Community America Credit Union's Red Friday tailgate in Raymore. Located at 1400 West Foxwood Drive. Meet the Chiefs cheerleaders and Casey Wolf. Grab Chiefs gear and win tickets to an upcoming Chiefs game. This Friday only at Community America Credit Union in Raymore.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Northland 169 highway southbound heavy approaching Inglewood Road with an accident reporting 70 eastbound out of downtown. Very heavy from Prospect over past 23rd Street. With construction, you're down to one lane. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Hey, it's Creed Humphrey. The Chiefs Radio Network pregame show starts 3 hours before kickoff, right here on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Welcome, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
That's right. Nathan Williams, Bob Fescoe, Dusty like it's all with you today on a Wednesday. The Wednesday poll question from Fescoe and Dusty. Who is more likely to turn things around individually this season? There are two names. Listeners, two names. Chris Jones, Harrison Butker. 100 of you have placed your votes, and 58% of you say Chris Jones.
Okay.
42% of you say Harrison Butker.
I think it's easier maybe for a defensive lineman to quote-unquote get it back than it is for a kicker to get it back. Because, again, as we watch the kicker, everything they do is magnified, right? Because we're all watching the kicker. What percentage of us are watching the defensive line on every play? It's natural to follow the ball. That's just the way it works. That's how our eyes work. That's how our brain works. So it's hard to see if Chris Jones is going to make that improvement. But you can also say, as long as he isn't loafing like he was the other night in Jacksonville, I think it's going to be good. Somebody sent me a mashup of a bunch of plays from Jacksonville. It wasn't just the last play that Chris Jones was standing around on. There was a couple of others where he didn't even bother rushing the quarterback, and Trevor Lawrence just went right behind him and threw the defense like a hot knife through butter. So he's got to play better. He is absolutely 100% have to play better, but also the kicker has to play better as well. I think the defensive lineman can get it back. I think it's going to be hard for this kicker to get it back, Dusty. I hate being that guy, but I just feel like, man, we have not seen anything from Harrison Butker this year that gives me any sort of confidence that I know I can rely on that guy.
We had one response to the Twitter poll again on the Fan 965. Who is more likely to turn things around individually this season, Chris Jones or Harrison Butker? One response: kicker is done in Kansas City. He is a liability. I saw B-Dub had a Facebook status after the game. He said, y'all can leave that kicker in Jacksonville.
Yeah, right. But it's true, though. I mean, like, when we had Harrison Butker at his best, how much of a weapon and a relief was that,
Davis
right?
in the ninth.
Exactly. Like, you were just set for life when you have a kicker or a closer or, somebody who can get those final three outs. When the Yankees went to the seventh inning last night, I was thinking to myself, well, they'll just turn it over to Mariano here and get this thing done. You don't have to worry about, but they don't have Mariano Rivera. And I'm thinking with the Chiefs now, well, if you just get past the 50, you can turn this over to Harrison Butker. You don't have Harrison Butker anymore, and a guy that's reliable to be able to do that. And so there is that anxiety that he causes now.
I was so hoping he would have his moment Monday night.
I know.
Because the 16 seconds, 3 timeouts, the slant against Hollywood Brown that hit him in the shoulder pad because he didn't turn around quick enough, to see if he'd have that moment where it's like, all right, buddy, send this to overtime. Here's your opportunity. If he drills it, we don't have this poll question today.
No, we don't.
I really don't think so. We didn't get that opportunity, obviously, because the game didn't go that well. And I ask you this, and I ask both you guys this, and listeners as well, so pay attention. This is the third highest penalized team in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
That ain't good.
No.
Normally, your highest penalized teams are the teams that have, like the Jets, the Bengals, teams like that. Who do we keep accountable for this? Now, I know you could say the players are the ones that make the penalties, but 13 for 109 yards. I mean, that sounds like a Puka Nacua stat record, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that sounds like a 13 catches, 109 yards for Puka, just an average game in the NFL for him. But they've got to stop shooting themselves in the foot. Bad teams do this. Good teams stay away from the whistle. I just worry this is something that is a sign of lack of discipline, and I know that may not be the case, but if it's not, then what is it? This is why I say they need to have that little, like, meeting inside the building. I'm not saying it's like sheer panic like it was in Philadelphia where they had a meeting between 3 players that came out earlier this week. I heard Nick Wright talking about as well yesterday that Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, and Jalen Hurts had a 2-hour meeting.
What are they talking about for 2 hours in there? I mean, that I would not.
If we're ever in that back office for 2 hours, I'm quitting the show.
Yeah,
like,
no, I
we
would
should
just say
never
we're
be
ever there
back.
for more than 10 minutes. You know,
Right. You should have, everything should be known because, you know, we've seen this before with Philadelphia, right? I think Colin Cowherd said this as well yesterday. Like, when they try to correct something, they overcorrect something, right? Like,
yes.
They don't run the ball. Like, last week, Saquon Barkley got a couple handoffs and they just went away from it. They just started to
They
throw
didn't run the ball in the second half at all.
Then when,
like, literally,
when they throw too much, then they overrun the ball.
Right.
And the Chiefs, 13 penalties in that game on Monday night, that's uncharacteristic. And a lot of it was on defense.
Mm-hmm.
And do you put a lot of this on Andy? Do you put a lot of this on Spags? Do you just kind of have the players be like, hey, we're better than this? Because both Andy and Spagnuolo will get in the ass of these players and be like, this can't happen. So who is accountable for this right now? Is it the players? Is it Andy? Or is it Spags in that defense?
Ultimately, it's Andy Reid because he's the leader. He's the head coach of that organization. I always make the easy workplace analogy. Like if you're at work and nobody's doing their job and your boss is never there, well, you're taking on that personality of the guy who's in charge. Now, I'm not saying Andy Reid is doing any of that because he's not. But at the end of the day, he's the guy in charge, right? He's the head football coach. Everything stops at his desk. And so, I really, as we've kind of talked about a little bit this morning, I need Andy Reid to have that meeting with the 52 players on the field that he had with Juwan Taylor, because whatever it was that he said to Juwan Taylor, guys, has been brilliant. It may go down as Andy Reid's best coaching move to get Juwan Taylor to not commit any penalties. And again, we've seen now Juwan Taylor with 8 quarters. He's a good football player. He's a really good football player. He just committed those penalties and cost this team. We're 5 games into the season. We've seen the penalties on Taylor. We've seen the penalties on the team as a whole. Andy Reid has rectified that first grouping of penalties. Now, his teams do have technically over the course of history, they are a pretty penalized bunch, when Andy Reid is running the operation. And I think a lot of that comes from BU, show your personality and all that stuff you don't want to stop. But he has to go in there and lay down the law this week and say, guys, we had 13 penalties. I know what he said to the media. We had 13 penalties. They had 4. I didn't agree with all of them, but they called them. I was talking to an official yesterday at this event that I was at, the Johnny Boy Foundation yesterday. He was an official who did high-level college stuff and has a lot of NFL friends that are officials. I go, how often are these guys ready? He goes, well over 90% of the time they grade out. I mean, they're grading out well over 90% of being right. And so there may be a couple of calls that you don't like, but more than 90% of the time, these guys are grading out as legitimate, correct officials. And so Andy may not like all of the penalties. The Chiefs got away with some stuff as well in that game. But you just got to stress to your guys, we're not going to handle this anymore. We are now telling you, if you commit penalties, there will be repercussions. And it worked with Juwan Taylor. It can work with everybody else out there.
No doubt about it. Nathan's here, not Mac, but Bob's still here. So we get to Bob's bottom feeders, plus we get to Nathan's Mac's pack. But with Nathan, I like
Nathan's
either one.
numbers.
Nathan's numbers. There you go. I guess that works as well. We'll do that next here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Josh Simmons, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at QC Kinetics are saying, hey, come see us right now, especially if you're in pain, especially if you're thinking about surgery, especially if you don't want to think about any of that anymore, because QC Kinetics will take all of that off your plate and look beyond traditional medicine. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery, and patients fighting pain are getting lasting relief using advanced cellular level treatments. It's QC Kinetics regenerative medicine that can revitalize your joints using growth factors from your own body. It's a simple injection, not a hospital stay. It's fast and all natural with no downtime. So if your knees or your back or your shoulder hurt all the time, it's time to explore all of your options. Don't let them tell you more pills or surgery are your only choices. Call QC Kinetics and get that free consultation. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Thousands of patients around the country find a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. Appointments available on Saturday off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. It's QC Kinetics.
Football season is big beef season. Join the Booth Creek Wagyu revolution and taste the steaks, burgers, and even Wagyu hot dogs that are changing the way America eats beef. Booth Creek has 2 convenient locations at 95th and Knoll and 135th and Metcalf, where they sample mouthwatering Wagyu every day. And their beef experts will lead you to the perfect cut. And now, Booth Creek is offering same-day delivery. Perfect for last-minute gatherings when you need Wagyu fast. Now available in-store, online, and same-day delivery. BoothCreekWagyu.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24-monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
At Napa, we've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission, to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Northland 169 highway southbound very heavy from Northwest 68th Street. Just crawls down past Inglewood Road with an accident reporting. Heading out of downtown, 70 eastbound gets heavy before Prospect. Stays very slow over past 23rd Street. Just crawling along in through there with construction. You're down to one lane. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Well, there's some people having a tough morning.
Are there?
Yeah, but I want to help people out.
All right, let's do that.
I'm here to get you back to your good feels,
Yeah,
right?
let's do that.
From the 913, accountability has to go to Andy Reid and the coaching staff. Their message falls on deaf ears, and entitled stars are tuning them out. Chiefs are undisciplined. We have to accept that, Dusty. And undisciplined teams draft in the top 5. It's time for Andy Reid and his entire coaching staff to go.
You want to fire the greatest coach in NFL history, the greatest defensive coordinator probably in NFL history, and a phenomenal coaching staff because the Chiefs are 2-3.
Jay Binkley did say there's a good quarterback at Alabama. Maybe we could tank for that guy.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That Tyler or something.
I will say they do seem undisciplined.
Yes.
They do seem a little out of character when it comes to some of the penalties, right? That's got to change. And that starts with the man at the top. Now, nowhere in the world of worlds am I saying that he should be sent packing.
Right.
But I'm saying that I do think there needs to be a message loud and clear, right? Like I said all the time, I never really felt bad when my dad was like, I'm just mad at you right now.
Which, happy birthday to your old man.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Kurt Likens, 69 today. Nice. So happy birthday to my father. Happy birthday, Kurt Likens. I hope you have a great day. I hope you have another fun trip around the sun.
You stole my line. Damn you.
That's right. Happy birthday to Kurt Likens. I hope you have the greatest day today, Dad. So happy 69th birthday.
That's awesome, man. Happy
69
birthday,
on your 69th. As weird as that is for me to say out loud. But to get back to it, it's like when your father or your mother or whoever it was that would tell you, I'm not mad at you, I'm just very disappointed. That hurt a little bit more when you heard that. And I think that's going to be the message going into the line. Like, they're going to run today.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
you're right. Yeah,
they're going to earn it at practice today, right?
Yeah.
And when you look at what that game was, that merits that sort of message. Like, if they lose that game and they have 5 penalties and Trevor Lawrence throws a perfect throw in the corner of the end zone and there's not a pass interference call, then, you lost.
Right.
But you had a pass interference call. You had multiple holding calls. You had multiple plays on special teams with Johnny Cochran that got 2 penalties that kind of debunked some runs there from Rashard Smith on the return.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that when you look at that, that is something that I think, when everybody gets to the building today, it's like, oh, we're going to Andy's office. This is different.
Mm-hmm.
And then at that point, when everybody starts to walk in and you see Spags and Andy and Nagy and Merritt and all these guys standing there and Dave Tobe as well, you're like, all right, Dad's disappointed. What are we going to do? Now, I hope that the message is loud and clear, but I hope the message does not get them to think too much while playing. There is a fine line in here.
Sure there is.
We talked about it briefly that Philadelphia had a 3-man meeting with Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, and Saquon Barkley that lasted 2 hours for some unforsaken reason. I don't know.
There better been catered lunch in that thing.
You need Binkley to come to that meeting and tell you that
old
Bailey
school
Zappi's
honey
still
pizza,
Yeah, the classic.
The classic. Yeah.
So, I do think that, it does Dave merit a conversation with the entire team. Even if there's one guy that's like, I played clean, like Trey McDuffie or Nick Bolton.
Well, you can't be that guy in this situation.
And that's what I think is the advantage of the Chiefs. Like, I think everybody that is in that locker room is on the same page. Like, yes, we have to clean it up. If we clean it up, and we keep playing this offense and we can get a little bit more tight on defense and then get Noel Williams in the game, then I think that we will see something change. And you're playing a beat-up defense in Detroit, and where they're beat up is your advantage. They're beat up in the secondary.
Right. You can exploit them so much with the pass.
But what you've got to do is you cannot give Detroit second chances because of penalties or mishaps on, tipped balls or missed sacks, because Detroit will scorch you with this offense.
Oh, they'll take advantage of it. But no, you're right. I mean, there needs to be a meeting today. There needs to be a conversation. I don't think there needs to be yelling and screaming or anything like that. But it needs to be a stern conversation of Andy Reid going in there and here's how I would do it. Not that anybody really, thinks that I should be a head football coach in the NFL except for me and Danon Hughes, who absolutely endorsed me for that position. Thank you still for that, Danon. But I would walk in today and I'd show them all the positive things, right? And then I'd be like, look, we had 13 penalties in the game. We did a lot of really good things. Guys, because of the way you went out there and didn't play with your heads, it cost us the opportunity to celebrate all of these good things. Look at all this stuff that we were able to accomplish offensively in this game. Look at all this stuff. Like, we were playing really good defense up until the end. Look at all of this really good stuff that we were able to accomplish that we can't celebrate because you didn't use your noggin. You didn't do the basic stuff. You didn't play within the rules of the game. And we can't have that anymore. There's no team in the NFL that's is good enough at this point in time to overcome 10 penalties, a difference from your opponent like the Chiefs had to do. We can't continue to do that kind of stuff. And so we want to celebrate all this stuff. We love where we are as a team. We love what's going on. But if we continue to commit these penalties, all this stuff we love isn't going to matter because we're not going to get wins. And then January is going to roll around and we're all going to be scratching our ass. And we don't want that. So, guys, I need you to go out there. I need you to play. I can't say perfect football because that's not fair. But I need you to play the mistake-free football. I need you to use your head. I need you to not commit these penalties. We can't have that. And, oh, by the way, this is your warning. See you later. And then walk out the door and let them take care of business themselves. Because if they do, things will move in the right direction for this team.
It's time for Max Pack.
Nathan's notes.
I'll scratch yours if you scratch mine, Bob.
All right.
Ass or back?
Hey, now.
Hey, now.
When you're ass itches, that means you've had too much pepper in your diet. That's what my Nana told me.
What?
Yep.
That you have too much pepper in your diet?
Never heard that or anything close to that before. Yeah, this is not Mac, but it's Max Pack. It's Nathan's notes. The text line had a few different ideas, but...
Oh, yeah? What did they have?
Oh.
Anything clean?
Well, the text line's blowing up about how dumb that text is about fire Andy Reid.
Oh, it's
so
it's arguably the dumbest text we've ever received to the station. Well, is it? I mean, we've received a lot, but wanting to fire the greatest football coach of all time and his staff because the Chiefs are 2-3, I ask you this, text liner, who's your replacement? Who you can get? Because you ain't getting anybody better.
Well, John Harbaugh, Zach Taylor,
Mike McDaniel,
Callahan,
Dayball, yeah.
Glenn.
Who do you want? Yeah, fire Andy Reid. Great text there on a Wednesday morning. You must not gotten laid last night.
Canales.
That makes two of us.
All right, at number 5, I'm going to start off with the Kansas City Chiefs. Thought long and hard about putting the Colts on this list.
Oh, you did get it last night, long and hard. Ain't playing for you? Yeah.
It does not make 3 of us, Dusty. Chiefs are number 5.
Nice.
I trust them to. She was actually at a concert, so that was a lie. I don't know why I did that. I trust the veterans and the Hall of Famers to make the improvements necessary. Hey, shout out to Cam. We got the hookup, all right? Her and all her girlfriends went out. I was in bed at 8:30.
According to South Park, when girls go see the Jonas Brothers, they get really, really well.
Where was the concert?
It was in T-Mobile. We live out in Lawrence.
I was going to say, by the time she drove back to Lawrence, I get you.
Baby.
What time did she get home?
I have no clue.
He was asleep at 8:30.
I have no clue. I just woke up and she was there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
So
I
that's
get
all
you.
that
Yeah.
matters.
Tomorrow, Nathan's going to wake up in sheer panic at like 5:30. Like, oh no.
Yeah.
You should come in anyway.
What were we talking about?
Max Pack.
Yeah. That's right. The Chiefs are number 5. I trust their veterans, their Hall of Famers to get these things right. I know they're 2-3. I know what the record says. They're a top 5 team in this league. Number 4 is the Eagles. And if this was a stock up, stock down situation, they would be all the way pointing down. We just talked about the team meeting that happened. I guess that's better than last year because last year A.J. Brown wasn't speaking to anyone, and now they're talking for 2 hours.
Well, he's talking to 2 of his teammates at this point.
It's going to blow up, guys. They're
if you're
4-1.
Devontae Smith, are you like, hey, I didn't get the call?
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
I'm sure Sirianni's mad that he wasn't involved, even though he's, because it's all about him out there,
that
too.
feels like the team was like they got that first loss, and now it's just going to spiral out of control.
Not an exact replica of 2 years ago after that Super Bowl. They're going to start off 5-6-1, and then I think they're going to, fall off a cliff, lose in the first round of the playoffs. That's how I see the season going for them.
Did they travel to the Meadowlands on Thursday night?
Thursday night, yeah.
Jackson Dart will play.
We get Dusty Dart on Thursday night. Let's go. So you
Number
got Chiefs
3.
at 5, Eagles at 4. 3 is
the Buccaneers.
The old creamsicles, baby.
Yeah. Yes, I think this is the year for Baker Mayfield. When I say the year, I mean maybe an NFC Championship year, maybe the year that he has a big playoff moment.
MVP season?
Well, I think he's
third best odds.
Outside of Mahomes and Allen, he's the other guy you could throw in that conversation. Their 4 wins have all been on 4-game winning drives, and I think that narrative is going to keep building as he continues to do that. This is without Bucky Irving, without Mike Evans, without much of a defense either. They're clamoring for a pass rusher in there. It's just Baker Mayfield. And what's that guy's name? Gronk could let us know.
Yeah,
I don't know if we got that audio.
Emeka Ugabaka.
Hey, I can get it for you.
Yeah, get that for me. I forget his name. Buccaneers are number 3 on this list. At number 2 is the Buffalo Bills. This is because there's no one else to put at number 2. Outside of Josh Allen, I don't see this team doing anything. There's nothing that the Bills are doing that makes me think they win because of this reason. They're kind of there by default. They're also going to win their division by default. They're going to get the 1 seed seemingly by default because of this schedule as well. The Bills are number 2. And number 1 is a team that I think is the highest flying offense in the league right now, a team that has a maniac at head coach. maybe they're a little depleted in the secondary right now, but they're your opponent this Sunday night, and they're also underdogs on Sunday night. The Detroit Lions are the number 1 team on my list.
Yeah, you got the best team in the NFL, according to you, coming in as a 2.5-point underdog to the Chiefs that started as a 1.5-point underdog, now a 2.5-point underdog to the Chiefs. It's crazy how that line's moving.
Yeah, you never seen Mahomes beat Goff either.
Imika Egbegbo. Imika Egbegbo.
I'll go through my bottom feeders on the list. Coming in at number 5 are the New York Football Giants. They had an opportunity. They were right there. And then they kind of pulled the Chief and committed like 85 turnovers in the second half and penalties all over the place, and they couldn't win. So they come in at number 5. The Browns, number 4 this week in the NFL. They just traded arguably the best quarterback on their roster, which isn't saying much. And so the Browns come in at number 4. The Raiders are number 3 on the list this week. I think they're going to continue to fall and fall and fall. They need to hit bottom before they can bounce back up. They may suit up Tom Brady this year. And the 2 worst teams in the NFL come from the same division. The Miami Dolphins come in at number 2. And the worst team in the National Football League, the only team that hasn't won yet. And for the first time in their illustrious history, the Jets have started 0-5. Aaron Glenn may be looking for work sooner rather than later. He may be a one and done with the New York Jets.
Because he did a cool dance on the sideline earlier this year.
That's about all we got going right now.
I almost teared up listening to Vinny Pasquantino on Cody and Gold yesterday talk about his Jets fandom. I mean, it's bonkers how bad that team is year over
I don't
year.
feel bad anymore for people who root for losers. Like, you're a Jet fan, Vinny. You chose the Jets because the quarterback had the same name as you. Run away. He's not there anymore. Just become a Chiefs fan. How many years of suffering can these Jet fans go through where you just finally look at them and go, you're choosing this life?
Imika Egbegbo.
I love that.
I love that Vinny said yesterday with them as well. If you were listening to that part, Nathan, he said, you know what? I know the Jets aren't going to win, but if you talk to me at 11 o'clock every Sunday, I'm going to tell you exactly why they will win the game.
That's a fan right there.
No, that is a fan. Because like I say all the time, if I'm watching the Chiefs game, I think I have an impact on that outcome. So I get where he's coming from. But after a while, man, you just get beaten over the head by so many years of losing and frustration. Stop spending your money and just walk away from that, man. It's okay.
One word.
First name is Blake, and he goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
Katie Holmes.
No. Ah!
Are you listening?
What's your least favorite thing about working with yourself?
Body odor. You get one word.
On the count of 3, name your favorite dinosaur. 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor.
This is one word on Fescoe and Dusty.
1, 2, 3.
Oatmeal raisin.
Real quick, since we're giving shout-outs, I had the greatest oatmeal raisin cookie of my life yesterday.
You did?
Yeah, from Miss Emily.
Oh, it was fantastic.
We went out for her birthday last Friday. She gave me a little party pack. It was powdered sugar donuts and oatmeal raisin cookies. They made my toes curl. The way your guys' curl on a Tuesday after the session. I mean, soft, moist, delicious.
Why did you wait until Monday or Tuesday to have that cookie? Mine were gone
Fasting.
by Friday. Oh, you're fasting?
Mm.
I got another friend that's fasting. He's been fasting for like 24 straight hours, and he says all he's doing is pooping and puking. And I'm like,
I'm not doing the 24. I'm doing like the intermediate fasting.
So I actually just do that because of my life, you know? Like, I don't eat lunch until about 1 o'clock after I get done with it. So I feel like I'm going like 18 hours, so fasting, huh?
Yeah.
Those cookies were good, though.
Insane.
I will tell you.
Shout out to Emily.
The sleeper in that variety pack that Emily made were the donuts.
Dude, powdered sugar donuts undefeated.
I don't know what brand they were, but they were top-notch powdered sugar donuts. They were just fantastic.
Little glass of milk with those?
No, just a bottle of whiskey.
Yeah, every time I eat them, I look like I have rabies.
Yeah.
Because they just have like white foam around.
Do you see that picture Ryan sent?
Oh, yeah. All the way up his nose. Shout out Ryan of Cactus. All right, Nathan, let's get to one word.
Let's kick off one word. I want to start with the fact we've hinted around it a couple of times. The Chiefs are 2.5-point favorites right now in this one. What do you make of that? One word on the Chiefs opening as favorites.
Studs is what I make of that. Vegas is looking at this team and realizing they're ready to erupt. They're ready to be that team. They're a great offensive football team right now. They're playing a defensive football team that has no defensive backs. So Vegas is looking at the Chiefs going, you got a real opportunity. We believe in you. Do you believe in us and in you as much as we believe in you? So I'll use the term stud for that because this is a studly football team.
absurd would be mine. I think this should be a pick'em game, in my personal opinion. 2.5 for the Chiefs to be favorites. Again, we do this all the time. We did it last year when, was it Houston and the Jets that played on a Thursday night football game? And Houston was like 3.5-point favorites. And we're like, it's only 3.5? What are we doing? It's like, never go against Vegas. And Aaron Rodgers beat the Houston Texans. And we're like, see? It always seems to make sense. They do what they do for a reason. They get the job for what they do.
Now, the one they were wrong on was that Baltimore game 2 weeks ago.
Yes, where the Chiefs were 2.5-point underdogs.
Right.
So it's to me it's absurd, but again, I'm staying away from it, and we'll see what our script is on Friday. But yeah, to me that's insane that Detroit is 2.5-point dogs.
All right, we talked about the Detroit secondary, but on the other side of the ball, the Chiefs secondary was no good on Monday night. A couple of communication errors. Busted coverages, couple of penalties, or guys just aren't getting their head around. The Lions, they can score. So maybe there's a lot of points involved here. I think the Lions at around 51 last time I checked. One word about your feeling about the Chiefs secondary against the Lions offense.
Concerning, but I've got the opportunity to kind of use that as a wait and see because, as you mentioned earlier, where was Noel Williams? He's been playing really good football for this team. And he just wasn't out there on Monday night. I don't know, like 4 snaps, right, Dusty? I don't know why, and that's a little bit of a concern to me. He's one of your better, if not your best, defensive back, right? He's playing great football, right? Not your best because Trent McDuffie's pretty damn good. But I don't know why he wasn't out there. I need to see more of him this week.
Yeah, my one word on the secondary is readless. You lost your leader in the secondary, and you're seeing that sort of come to fruition when it comes to lack of discipline, penalties. Brian Cook, there's a lot of question marks around that guy that we were high praising out of Cincinnati a couple years ago in the draft. Jaden Hicks had a hell of a stick on Trevor Lawrence on the goal line, but it's concerning, it's lost, it's readless. There needs to be somebody that can get into that ass of that secondary and really wake these guys up because I think they're better than they're performing, but prove it.
I just feel like it's one game. They had a bad game. Don't let one game become 2 games, right?
We
always
were bad
say
against
that.
the Chargers.
Well, yeah, the first game of the year. Yeah. But again, that was like, first game of the year. Everybody was bad in that one. But I don't think, I'm not concerned, like, overall. I'm a little concerned for this game, obviously, because Detroit has a good offense. But I got Spags and I got Dave Merritt. Like, I'm trusting those guys to get the job done. I've got unbridled trust and faith in them.
Because if I'm the Lions, I look at how the Jags used Travis Hunter, and that's how they're going to use Jameis Williams. And I worry about his speed. Obviously, Amon-Ra St. Brown is going to be locked up with Trent McDuffie. We'll see that battle. That'll be one for the ages. But Jameson Williams, Sam Laporta, and then Montgomery and Gibbs in the backfield.
Yeah, those backs.
Be honest with you, Chris Jones, you better play big.
Yeah.
Well, the text line has let us know this morning that he's never sacked Jared Goff. So that's the way Reed
Neither have I.
Motivate Chris
and Patrick
Jones,
Mahomes has never beat Jared Goff.
Yeah, that is true. He's never beat Goff.
Andy, if you're listening, there's your message to your players this week,
Yeah.
apparently. Guys, Joe Flacco was traded in the division yesterday. Makes you think about what Shedeur Sanders' status is moving forward. And, of course, Dad was asked about it after the trade. Here's what he had to say.
I was just wondering what your reaction is.
I don't give a damn about the Browns at all.
He's right.
I care about the Colorado Buffaloes. I do love me some Shedeur Sanders, don't believe that. I care about him. The rest of that mess, I don't, okay?
All right, yeah, Dion says he does not care about that mess in Cleveland.
Perfect.
Just the Buffaloes and his son. Yeah, one word, Bob.
Perfect. That is the absolute right answer for that. He nailed it. There is nothing wrong with what he said at all. It was the perfect answer to give because when I saw that he made comments about Shedeur, I'm like, oh no, did he do it again? He did not go dad mode. He went, it's not my deal. And I love the fact that he did that. That's a big moment for Dion right there.
Yeah, fatherly. I mean, you support your son. You don't have to support the team. Your son's not going to be on that team much longer, I don't think. He is the backup now in Cleveland behind Dylan Gabriel. So we are on a Shedeur watch, which will be entertaining for many, many different ways. But, yeah, I mean, it was right, I guess would be my one word for Dion.
All right. Got one more for you here. Brother-on-brother trade, as we brought up earlier. Odafe Owe sent from John Harbaugh to Jim Harbaugh, so he's now in the division. You might think the Ravens shouldn't be letting anybody from that defense go. They need all the help they can get, but Oweh has no sacks this year. Now, he had double-digit sacks last year, so he's been a productive player. So I want one word on what you think this does to the Los Angeles Chargers.
Well, the one word I will use is brothers for this one. And I think John called Jim and said, hey, we ain't doing so well this year. You got an opportunity. What do you need? Well, I could use a defensive lineman. All right, we'll give you this guy. And there you go.
Like, you think John said I'm on the way out, so what do you want before I'm out of here?
Yeah, one of those type of deals where, hey, we're not going to do this good this year, but you're my brother, and you guys may have a nice season. Can I help you out? I kind of like that. I think that's cool.
I would say one word would be active. As Adam Schefter told us yesterday, there's going to be plenty of trades coming up on the next Mondays and Tuesdays. Until the November 26th trade deadline.
November 4th.
Or November 4th, I'm sorry.
November 26th is your next day without
football, yeah. November 4th, that deadline. So active is what it is. They each need to help each other. They both went to each other and said, hey, we'll give you this guy, you give us that guy, deal done. Chiefs, you're on the clock to make a move. I'm going to give you a topic on the other side of why I think you should be rooting for the Dodgers to win the World Series. I'll make it make sense, I promise, here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Royals.
This is Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for K-State Athletics. 96.5 The Fan.
Smokehouse Barbecue is your spot to go this weekend for literally everything when it comes to all of your tailgates, right? You're going to be headed out to the stadium, and you want to have that perfect tailgate for Sunday Night Football. Let Smokehouse Barbecue handle all of the stress and work of putting that perfect tailgate together, whether it's their delicious baby back ribs, their unbelievable burnt ends, or even their Cajun butter chicken wings. Let Smokehouse Barbecue deal with all of that for all of your tailgating needs and all of your catering needs. You know, we're starting to talk about holiday parties coming up right now. Let Smokehouse Barbecue cater your holiday party. They will do an unbelievable job for you. I promise you with that. And Smokehouse Barbecue is helping out families as well. Every Tuesday at Smokehouse Barbecue, when you dine in Gladstone, Independence, or Zona Rosa, you're going to get a $1.99 kids meal when you purchase an adult entree. So it's not only a Smokehouse Barbecue catering everything, they're helping you right now feed the family. You can check them out at one of those 3 locations that I mentioned or at smokehousebbq.com. That's smokehousebbq.com. And when you do dine in, make sure you get that pulled chicken sandwich. I absolutely love that right now. And, of course, their world-famous hickory pit beans that cook under the brisket for the final few hours to give them a flavor that no one else can match. So do all your catering orders now at smokehousebbq.com. For over 35 years, locally owned and family operated, it's Smokehouse Barbecue.
Guys, you can feel your energy slipping away, losing what makes you, you. Synergen X and Lote Center are the original MVPs of testosterone replacement therapy. What makes them the MVPs? Well, they use pharmaceutical-grade testosterone to increase it, and not just those compounds that might exist in other places. Synergen X and Lote Center are the real experts you can trust for quality care. Most major insurance is accepted, and you can choose between in-person or online appointments. And for a limited time only, visit any Synergen X or Lote Center for a free hormone consultation and free T-test, and automatically entered for a chance to win either autographed sports memorabilia, such as jerseys, balls, or helmets, or you may even win a pair of tickets to a major sporting event in town. Synergen X and Lote Center are getting you to the top of your game. A TRT MVP. Get in today and get your health back and win. Visit TRTMVP.com. That's TRTMVP.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
At Napa, we've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Zach, are you smiling at my gorgeous canyon view?
No, Donald. I'm smiling because I've got something I want to tell the whole world.
Well, do it. Shout it out.
T-Mobile's got home internet.
Whoa, I love that echo. T-Mobile's got home internet.
How much is it?
Look at that, Zach. We got the neighbors' attention.
Just $35 a month. And you love a great deal, Denise.
Plus, they've got a 5-year price guarantee. That's 5 whole trips around the sun.
I'm switching. Me too.
Yes, T-Mobile home internet for the neighborhood.
Donald, you still haven't returned my weed whacker.
Carl, don't you embarrass me like this, please.
What's everyone yelling about?
T-Mobile's got home internet.
And Donald's got my weed whacker.
Yes, T-Mobile's got home internet. Just $35 a month with auto pay and any voice line. And it's guaranteed for 5 years.
Beautiful yodeling, Carl.
Taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com/ISP for details and exclusions.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side 70 eastbound gets heavy before the College Parkway. Stays very slow over towards 57th Street with a couple of accidents reporting. And then 70 eastbound heavy on the Missouri side. Heading out of downtown, you hit delays at Prospect. Crawls over past 23rd Street. Getting through a construction zone where you're down to one lane. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
I promise you this segment is not to piss you off, but it's to get you to come to my side of the reality of what could happen. I think that if you watch baseball this year, and I know this sounds really weird to say, you should want the Dodgers to win the World Series. And the reason I say that is if you want change to happen in baseball and you want there to be a salary cap and a salary floor, now it takes a lot of parties involved to get this thing to go through, but if you do, you want to see the Dodgers win the World Series because they will win back-to-back World Series. And one thing that got the entire country to talk about a salary cap involved the Dodgers, because in the offseason, when they went and made their moves and brought in new players and brought in new pitchers and gave the money that furloughed to the, when Ohtani's 61, that was the conversation that really, or that was the needle that popped the balloon, right? Like that's where everybody was like, the Jesse Pinkman meme, he can't keep getting away with this. Like the Dodgers keep adding. They're playing arguably what was the best team in the National League this year in the Philadelphia Phillies.
And destroying them.
Absolutely destroying them.
Did you see what 1, 2, and 3 in their lineup are doing? Schwartz and Harper?
I want to say it's like 3 for 15.
I don't know if it's that good, but there's like 15 strikeouts too. Those guys stink at the top of that lineup for Philadelphia.
Because the Dodgers have gone out and gotten every Cy Young pitcher there is. Their starting rotation is Blake Snell, Shohei Ohtani, Tyler Glasnow, Yamamoto, who's pitching tonight, who I think the Dodgers are going to sweep the Phillies, and I don't think the Cubs or the Brewers stand a chance against the Dodgers. They have Sasaki, who's one of the highest prospects in baseball, cards worth $1,000 if you can get the right one, and they just aren't going to go away.
Oh, and Kershaw's coming out of the bullpen, too. Or whether he's Kershaw or not, he's still Kershaw in name,
Right, and, the Yankees would love to have that at, the 8th inning to have Clayton Kershaw come out.
They would.
So you look at them destroying Philadelphia. Like I said, I think they're going to destroy the Cubs or the Brewers, and maybe I'm wrong in 3 weeks. Who cares? But I think that if the Dodgers win the World Series and they do it again with this completely loaded roster that they continue to pay for because they can, it's not against the rules, you will want to see some sort of change because as much as people want to hate the Kansas City Chiefs for continuously winning and going to the Super Bowl, there's a cap in football. There's more to it than just buying all of your players. And when you see this sort of thing happen in baseball and you want to see change in baseball, you need to see the same things continue to happen that aren't ruining your sport, because the sport is in a renaissance. We're seeing games go faster. We're seeing ratings go up on TV. We're seeing ratings go up in attendance when it comes to baseball games.
Did you see where the biggest increase in attendance or in TV ratings was in baseball this year? Like the 18 to 39-year-old category. Young people are watching baseball.
And I've always said this, the renaissance in the baseball card game has created that.
No doubt.
The college kids getting drafted and playing in the same year has changed that.
Yep.
And all of that is ruined because the Dodgers continue to just go out and be, the big hog flex and just spend money and make their roster as big as they can, and then they'll put all the money away so they don't get hit on, years and cap and all this sort of stuff. So I think that if the Dodgers win the World Series, the conversation will get louder. It'll get more people behind it. Now, again, you have the players union and you have all the big heads that want to change the rules.
Yeah.
But this is something where it's like, okay, something needs to change. We need to have a salary cap, but we also need to have a floor, because teams like Miami and Pittsburgh and the Athletics, who just don't want to spend, they just want to make the right amount of money to get their team profitable for the year. That's also got to be a difference in the way it goes too. But with the Dodgers winning and continuing to run through baseball and make it zero fun for anybody, there has to be some sort of change involved.
Well, and I think you're right about that. But, this is one of those things where you're preaching to the choir right now. The people who need to hear that message are like the 5 or 6 big-time paid baseball players who are really ruining it for all of the other baseball players right now. Like the last time this work stoppage thing happened, a couple of years ago, it was the guys that are making the $300 million a year that are leading the charge. And they're saying, no salary cap. We're making all this kind of money, and we can afford to sit out because we make this money. The rank and file employees, the average major leaguer, makes obviously a lot more money than we do at this point in time, but they're not raking it in like the Max Scherzers and the guys that have been leading the players union over the last couple of years. They need the rank and file guys to step up and say, okay, a salary cap is actually really good for professional sports. Look what it's done to the NFL. And in the NFL, the salary cap essentially came in 92 or 93, I think, is when it came in. Then baseball took the year off because of the work stoppage, and everybody became an NFL fan, and nobody has relinquished their NFL fandom, right? Like nobody's quitting on the NFL. And now, for the first time in 31 years, baseball is kind of back. Like people have finally forgotten about the 94 strike and everything that went on there. And the last thing you want to do is give them a reason to walk away from your game again. The game is in a great spot right now. Now, are there problems? Yeah, there are. There's still the small market versus big market, but more importantly, there's problems with ownership in Major League Baseball. You have owners that want to win. John Sherman wants to win. We can clearly see that John Sherman wants to win. And then you have Artie Moreno out in Anaheim. That guy doesn't want to win. He just wants to put butts in the seat, go 81-81, and fill a ballpark. You could say the same thing about the Colorado Rockies right now. Do they want to win? I don't know. There's 42,000 at games every night. What's the incentive for the Colorado Rockies to go out there and spend money when they're putting 42,000 fans in the ballpark every single night? It's bizarre that they're drawing that kind of crowd for that bad of a product. And so you've got owners that don't necessarily want to win. They just want to make money. And I'll take you one step further. You say root for the Dodgers. We need more George Steinbrenners in Major League Baseball. That's where you have to go when you talk about ownership, because you can hate George Steinbrenner, but you can never doubt that George Steinbrenner wanted to win. I can't sit here and say that every major league owner wants to win right now. I don't believe they do. I just named 2 that I know don't care about winning. The Miami Marlins is another organization, Dusty. The Pittsburgh Pirates are another organization. They have owners that don't care about winning. And so we've got to get some of these owners out that don't care about winning and do care about winning. We've got to get the owners unified, and then you can go out there and talk to the players about what you want to do. But with a salary cap and floor, and if you don't put a salary floor in, I don't want a salary cap, because I'd rather have a salary floor, quite frankly, than a salary cap, because more people will make money in baseball if you put a floor. It raises everybody's salary, and it forces these teams to go out there and spend money and put a product out on the field, and it gives the fans something to go out there and root for. How many organizations in baseball are done in March? We've lived that life where you just don't have a shot. So you even the playing field, you create parity, you create excitement, you create people loving the sport in every single market. And I'll go back to Vinny Pasquantino, 11 a.m. every Sunday. He thinks the Jets are going to win. Don't you want that feeling every March with your baseball team where it's spring training and you feel like they've got a shot to win a championship? That doesn't exist in Major League Baseball right now. And these big money players, the guys that are the Ohtanis, the $300 million players, they need to sit down and shut up, quite frankly, and let the younger guys and the guys who don't make money dictate the terms of what needs to be done, because that's how you get that salary cap and salary floor.
Speaking of those two floor teams, the A's and the Pirates, more likely to be on their teams in 5 to 10 years or 5 years. Nick Kurtz or Paul Skeens?
I'm going to say Nick Kurtz is going to be that guy because they're going to Las Vegas, allegedly, and Bally's is behind them, which is a casino. They've got money, allegedly. So because of that, I will say Kurtz will stay with the Athletics, because if you're the Pirates right now, you need to trade Paul Skeens this offseason. He's going to bring you a lot of back in return, and then you can totally build up your organization. Remember, the Chiefs traded Tyreek Hill and went to 3 straight Super Bowls. The Pirates can trade Paul Skeens and get like 27 players back in return and build their entire organization from that.
You get the 27 Yankees from the dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying Kurtz with a little bit of a cop-out, because I think you gave us 5 years, and I think Skeens has 4 years of control left. So even if they don't trade him, he's walking before 5 years, and he's going to
unless there's a different
the
style of baseball, like if we have the NFL style where Dusty's talking about with a cap and a floor, maybe.
Yeah, I guess I just went against your whole monologue there for a second, Bob.
That's all right. No, but that's but you're operating under the, which I think is correct, assumption that we're not going to have a salary cap and floor.
Yeah, unfortunately. But I think your point about Kurtz is also a good point as to why he should be the answer. Maybe they're holding on to him for, if he keeps this up in 3 years, he's a superstar, and they're walking into Vegas with him as the center of their organization.
And Wilson, too.
That's what I'm saying, because, it wasn't too long ago they had, Chapman and Olsen on that team, both gone. They had Donaldson gone. And now they have Kurtz and Jacob Wilson, 2 players on their foundation that are going to finish 1 and 2 in Rookie of the Year. And I don't know if either one of those guys are on that team in 4 years because they don't spend money.
They had Yandy Diaz. They had Marcus Semien. They had Yoenis Cespedes. Yeah, they just move on from these guys.
You can't go to Las Vegas, though, and put out a bad product. I mean, like the Raiders do. I get that, but it's the NFL. It's a destination. The Golden Knights started their franchise in year 2. They were in the Stanley Cup Finals.
Well, hockey's different because you get the pick right away.
Well, you do, but I'm saying, like, you have to go out there and entertain right away, or people just aren't going to go. Like, there's so many entertainment options for people in Las Vegas, whether it's shows, whether it's gambling, whether it's eating, whether it's boozing, whatever the case may be. What are the Oakland Athletics, Las Vegas Athletics, Sacramento A's going to give me that is going to be unique, where I feel like I've got to go to Las Vegas and I've got to watch a baseball game? If they don't have stars playing for them, it's going to be really tough to draw a lot of fans, I think, out there.
No doubt about it. Coming up on the other side, we dive back into, is the text line smarter than Bob and myself? Nathan will give us a stat. And the text line, you get to chime in as well. Are you smarter than Bob or myself? The answer is yes, but we shall see. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Isaiah Pacheco, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I sat down with my friend Dawn Sharp the other day and had an opportunity to kind of chat about the business and everything that's going on. And after I walked away from my conversation with Dawn Sharp, I realized this is the person you need to use if you're looking to buy or sell your home in Kansas City. She just does everything different and better than everybody else out there. And she knows how to negotiate as well. When offers start coming in, you need someone who knows how to handle inspection requests, appraisal issues, and financing hiccups without losing that deal. And Dawn Sharp at the Sharp Homes team is the right person to fight for every dollar while keeping your sale on track. And after that conversation I had with Dawn, I'm like, man, she understands how to get things done. She gives you that confidence that she's going to sell your home, and she will sell your home for top dollar. And she can also give you options. Do you want to skip showings and open houses and go straight to sold? Well, contact them to discuss their instant offer program. Contact the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home. It's Dawn Sharp with the Sharp Homes team, brokered by Epic Realty. You can find them simply on Google. Just Google Sharp Homes team. Read from over 225 five-star Google reviews. That's Sharp Homes team, and start packing.
Is your garage door too loud and whining for help? Overhead Door Company of Kansas City will make it all better. They will perform their full 26-task garage door tune-up for just $79. That's just $79 for up to 3 garage doors and openers. You need this done once a year, so why not now? And for just $79. Call Overhead Door Company of Kansas City at 816-221-0072 or schedule online at overheaddoorkc.com.
Step into a world where substance meets style. Newton James, Kansas City's newest classic menswear and accessories boutique. They redefine what menswear should be with pieces from designers like Ralph Lauren, Sid Mashburn, Grayson, and more. They'll have you covered from the boardroom to the golf course. At Newton James, they believe someone has to be the best-dressed man in the room. It might as well be you. Located in downtown Overland Park or newtonjames.com. Elevate your wardrobe. Elevate your presence. Only at Newton James.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a pro football no sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a no sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a no-sweat token. Find your favorite matchup and be part of the action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Kansas only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
This report is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. The technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
Stay comfortable year-round with fast, reliable service 24/7, even weekends and holidays. Already invested in repairs? Save up to $4,500 on a new HVAC system. Schedule today at anthonyphce.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side 70 eastbound before 57th with an accident. Only the left shoulder gets by. Delays from 86th Street and still building. 70 eastbound on the Missouri side. Heavy from Prospect out past 23rd Street. Construction has you down to one lane. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
What's up, KC? It's Hollywood Brown. Tune in on game days to hear the play-by-play with Mitch, Danny, and Kling on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
I want to get to the poll question real quick, but before I do that, I've got to play the perfect sounder for it that everybody loves on a Wednesday.
I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
Not loving that new Dodger dog, that's for sure.
I'm going to tell you, I don't know that I've seen anything that has turned me off at a ballpark more than whatever they're trying to sell in L.A. today with this hot dog dipped in, like, cornflakes and then covered in mayonnaise. Like, Josh, that's yours, brother. Like, that's your mayonnaise dog right there.
The Fescoe and Dusty Wednesday poll here is who is more likely to turn things around individually this season, Chris Jones or Harrison Butker. The results of 155 of you listening and supporting, we appreciate that. 60.8% believe Chris Jones is the answer. 39.2% say Harry Butker is the answer.
Yeah.
So, Nathan, I think it's time that we get to find out if we're dummios here. Are you smarter than Bob or Dusty? Text line 913-586-7965. Mr. Williams, take it away.
We're just going to find out if this is easier, more difficult compared to what Mac usually gives you, but the number I have today is 31.6. It's a number related to the entire season for the Chiefs.
I'm going to say, and I'm just guessing, okay, but I think this is a good one. The average amount of rushing yards per game not from Patrick Mahomes.
No.
Okay.
No.
I'm going to say it's the average amount of yards the Chiefs are giving up due to penalties.
No. My head would have went to a similar place. It's not related to penalties, but I think that's where after that Monday night game, my head would have gone as well.
31.6.
And the other hint I'll give you is it's a percentage. So it's not a
Harrison
number of
Butker's field goal
something.
percentage this year.
It's close, but no.
Oh.
32.6%.
31.6.
31.6%.
31.6%. No.
Chiefs conversion rate on third down?
No, sir. The text line is, they've a bunch of third down conversion rates came in just now. Minutes spent in the lead was a text. If it wasn't for the Ravens game.
Is that anybody right so far in the text line?
I have not seen it on the text line. How many times Kelsey has blown up on the sideline is 913. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Had another one the other night, from what I understand, too.
Yeah.
31.6% is the percentage of pressures Chris Jones has created this year.
No, but the text line did just get the answer correct.
Okay.
So the Chiefs are 6th in the league in this compared to Sharp Football Analysis. As the 620 points out, it's a percentage of plays the Chiefs are allowing. Oh, I guess they said getting. They're allowing pressure on the quarterback 31.6% of the time. 6th best in the league.
I was going to say, where does that rank? I didn't know if that was a good number or a bad number.
To go along with that, similar study that was put out yesterday, they are allowing a run stuff, which means the running back is hit behind the line of scrimmage 11.7% of the time. That's 3rd best in the league.
Wow.
So the offense is. This is the only offensive line that is the top 6 in both of those categories.
Yeah, this offensive line is starting to play really good football right now.
And why is that?
I think they finally just gelled, maybe. I think it's time. Or what? Andy?
They announced Josh Simmons, offensive tackle from Ohio State.
I hate this pick, actually. Don't like it. Don't like it.
No. Nobody did. It's interesting because I wasn't even thinking about Josh Simmons. When he was talking about the offensive line, I was thinking about Creed and Trey. And even Wanye Morris or Kingsley Suamataia or whoever's playing left guard at that point in time, whatever guy they're going to roll in there and do the thing with, or whatever that 6th offensive lineman that they put in there, Jawan Taylor, I'm thinking about. Like, it's funny. The rookie doesn't even cross my mind anymore. Like, I just assume he's going to be fine, and we'll see in 20 years when you retire and they put your name in the Ring of Honor. Like, that's where I am with Josh Simmons through 5 games. And when you play over the course of a season, even though these guys have been together, each season is a new season, right? And it takes time to kind of get the inner workings going. And I think they've hit their stride on this offensive line. I think these last 8.5 quarters 10 quarters have been fantastic from the offensive line standpoint.
There's a few other wrong but funny answers from the text line about the number 31.6. The 816 says it's the amount of times Jawan Taylor has lined up illegally. 31.6 is the amount of seconds Trevor Lawrence laid on the ground on that last play before he scored the touchdown. A lot of good ones here.
A lot of days off.
The amount of time he laid on the ground is fantastic. I do love that one. You take the day for that.
Shout out
That's
to the
really
217.
good. That's great. I love that. 31.6 seconds he laid on the ground, and Chris Jones is like, where's Kling? Hey, Josh, how you doing? Oh, you got to get that guy. Go get Trevor Lawrence. Don't say hi to Kling on the sidelines.
Somebody says playoff chances 31. It's actually 26.4% if you are 2-4.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad guess based on their record right now. That's actually a solid guess.
There was a lot of options where you could have gone in that category. So, but it just goes to show you back to the offensive line. They're really good right now. They're playing some really good football. That's why that loss on Monday night, you're just like, what the hell? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Oh, 13 penalties. That'll do it every time.
Yeah, somebody says 31.6% of the time of viewed of Trevor Lawrence picking his nose. Chris Jones' top speed on that last defensive play.
No, that's
really fast.
Yeah, that's really fast.
Because I think they said Shaheed for the Saints set the record for so far this year with the fastest.
What did he get up to, 21 or something?
It was like 25 miles per hour.
No way.
It was something ridiculous, like 23, 22, 24 miles per hour. Like he just separated and went.
Have you ever run against if they have the radar gun out there to get people to slow down? Have you ever run and see how fast you can run?
Yeah, a couple of times. It said could not register.
Exactly, right? And so
it's like when I step on the scale, it says get off.
You're hurting me. Get off. But that's fast, 25 miles an hour. My
Sorry,
God.
2 and 3. I apologize. 2 and 3.
The same study, guys, has the Bengals. Oh, I'm losing them. Never mind. They are the third worst in pass pressures allowed. I thought that they had
And that's
on
where
top
Joe
of the list,
Flacco went.
I was gonna make a statement about how it's a myth and everything, but don't mind me over here.
No. So Joe Flacco's going to the Bengals yesterday, if you missed that news, as their new starting quarterback. To that offensive line, I am very intrigued to see how much time he has to throw.
I mean, he's not going to have much. They're going to have to put him in the extra shotgun, like a longer shotgun formation to give him the opportunity because that offensive line sucks. I mean, like, is that bigger than however many yards back you can go? Like, he may have to be the punter back there, right? Like a 15-yard long snap type stuff to give him the opportunity to achieve success. But I'll give Cincinnati credit for trying. They're not giving up on the season, and they realized they didn't have a quarterback that they could win with right now, and they figured they could get Joe Flacco. It's better than what they have.
Does that mean we're going to miss seeing Jake Browning's wife's outfits before the games? Because those are 31.6% of the time on my timeline.
Yeah.
31.6% of the time, the number of times during the game, my wife asked me if that flag was on Juwan Taylor again.
You watched the game with my wife, too? Oh, my God.
21.72 miles an hour for Shaheed. On
What was
the
it? What?
21.72.
I thought you said 27.2.
I know, that's what I thought he said. I was like,
God.
That
Might
is
be
insane.
an Olympian at that speed. I mean,
It's going faster than cars on 435 right now. God.
Do you think this is a scam text I just got? Hi, Dwayne, it's Mia.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, I would imagine it probably is. Do you think it's a scam that people think there's life out there now on Mars? There's this comet
No.
that flew by Mars yesterday.
And then it shifted.
Yeah, but do you know how close this comet got to Mars?
No.
Do you know, Nathan, how close this
Is
comet?
this are you smarter than the aliens?
Oh, text line.
It about 30 million kilometers from Mars, and that's like close, I guess, now these days. 30 million kilometers from Mars was this comment, and everybody's like reacting. We got life on Mars. 30 million kilometers? You know how far away that is? It's like from here to Mars.
We start talking about the vastness of space.
Yeah.
I'm going to get freaked out real quick. I'm going to need to go to Dusty's garage after the show today. Let's not get into that.
You'll see some aliens when you come out of that garage. I can tell you that much.
170 million miles away from us was this comet. You look up in that night sky, get that night sky app when you're sitting in the garage and put it up in the air and see what's going on out there. A lot goes on in the sky.
26 million miles away. That's how far away my next love is from my heart. 26 miles away. 26 million. 26 would be what?
That's a marathon.
That's basically here to Lee Summit. Somebody says the percentage that Nathan gave us was the percentage amount of alcohol I needed to get over the loss on Monday night. Well, gear up, Buckaroo, because you got a big one coming on Sunday night against the Detroit Lions that you can hear here on 96.5 The Fan. Something special happened last night in baseball, and also trade suggestions for the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll give you a couple names that I think could make sense here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens. Let me tell you about my friends over at GiveMeTheVin.com because I'm sure you've got a car that you're trying to get rid of. Well, I can tell you how to do it easily with GiveMeTheVin.com because they want to buy your car, whether it is your daily driver pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, or exotic. So say goodbye to dealing with all those dealerships and private sale tire kickers and get a true buy offer for your car. GiveMeTheVin.com puts your car right on the money, providing you with a hassle-free online option to sell your car for more. It's as simple as going to GiveMeTheVin.com and entering your car's VIN number or license plate number. You'll get an offer on your car in minutes. That is way above any dealer quote. You can go to one of their pickup locations or they'll even come to you. It's as easy and it's fast. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer. Hit it, boys.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
For over 30 years, we've been crafting more than jewelry. We've been crafting love stories. This is Gene at House of Diamonds, where our jewelry tells a story, your story. Unlike big-name designers mass-producing so-called exclusive designs by the thousands in overseas factories, we create one-of-a-kind masterpieces by hand right here in our shop. Our custom designs are just that, custom. Designed and crafted with you, for you, and only you. Every custom ring, pendant, or bracelet from House of Diamonds is as unique as the person wearing it. And also, unlike those big-name designers, we'll never use lab diamonds to pad our profits. I've watched prices of lab diamonds drop 90% in the last 2 years, but I'm pretty sure those big designers are still charging the same or more for that big name and designer box. Real stories deserve real diamonds, and one-of-a-kind love deserves one-of-a-kind designer jewelry. Come to House of Diamonds for over 30 years on the southeast corner of College and Quivira.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-351-4596. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays, call your plays like a pro with live betting, or bet on a market you didn't know existed thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet, and keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Specific promotional offers are not available in Mississippi, New York, Nevada, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side 70 eastbound before 57th with an accident. Only the left shoulder gets by. Delays from 86th Street and still building. 70 eastbound on the Missouri side. Heavy from Prospect out past 23rd Street. Construction heads you down to one lane. Allen Carr, 96bound The Fan. Traffic.
From the 816 Sex Panther. 31.6% of the time, it works every time.
I love it.
Kind of stinges the nostrils. It smells like Bigfoot's. Never mind. God, I love that movie.
You think Mac has ever seen that movie?
Anchorman?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You think so? I don't.
Oh, yeah.
Nathan, you've seen Anchorman, right?
I have seen Anchorman.
Okay.
I unfortunately saw Anchorman 2.
Yeah, I did as well.
Did you try to watch the new Naked Gun yet, or have I scared you?
You scared me. Yeah, I won't even go near it now.
I turned it on for 30 minutes and turned it off. I'm dead serious.
You know,
not funny.
You like Saturday morning, I wake up to one of the worst texts I could ever see. Don't waste your time with Naked Gun. It sucks. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, 30 minutes in, I turned it off. That tells you how bad something is. If somebody is turning it off in 30 minutes and just walking away and going, I just don't care about the rest. Have you ever walked out of a movie theater before?
2.
You have.
Boondock Saints 2 and Blades of Glory.
Oh, Blades of Glory sucked.
It's terrible. I was like, why am I here? And I was high. I was like, what the hell am I doing here?
Have you ever walked out of a movie, Nathan? I don't think I ever have.
I have.
I don't go to many movies.
Well, I was going to say, to be fair, I'm not a huge movie person either. Like that game you play with Mac, I would not be much better than him at that.
Right.
So I haven't walked out of a movie either, but I've also been, I go to a movie theater once a year, maybe.
Maybe if that. You know, you sit down and these people take their shoes off and they do. They gross me out, the movie theaters.
Will you go see the Bruce Springsteen movie with Jeremy Allen?
I would probably watch it on television.
Okay.
I was going to ask you, are you going?
Yeah, I'll take the dad to. We're gonna go on October 25th.
Is that like when you want to see an IMAX or something like that?
Just there's these new theaters, not new, but they're over by Longview. They got the recliner seats, so you can get the booze and all that.
How do you feel about drinking in a movie?
Love it.
You do.
You can get a 32-ounce Tank 7.
I understand that, but I don't want to get up and have to pee. And then you come back and you're like, what did I miss? And,
you don't really pee. I don't know. I normally don't, but I think it's insane that you can get a 32-ounce Tank 7.
That's a lot of
that's
beer.
Like that's a case of beer.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Like usually you get a Tank 7, they sell you an 8-ounce glass.
Because normally my movie theater snack is always Skittles, a large popcorn, and like a blue icy. Like I'm not worried about what I'm going to look like leaving that theater, but normally that's the go-to, what's in the bag, because I don't have the fortunate of going with the lady who can put all the snacks in her bag.
Right.
So I got to pony up every time I go in there. Which you guys, I'm sure Jen's bag probably weighs like.
Well, we don't go. I mean,
but if you did,
no, I'm not.
You're going to Hy-Vee in that one candy aisle that has a giant bubble gum thing in there that all Hy-Vees have, and you're like, all right, what do we want? Junior mints. We want this. We want that. All right, how much more room do you have in your purse?
Yeah, no, I've never done that. I've always played by the rules. I feel bad. I feel like I'm, that's the introvert OCD, guy in me, like thinking I'm doing something wrong all the time, right? And so I've never been that guy to kind of sneak the candy. I've never even snuck into the movies. Now I think my kids may have possibly have done that at one point in time. I don't know that for sure.
Would it be a flex if you DoorDash to a movie?
Oh my God, that would be so cool.
I'm in theater 8.
Yeah.
3rd row, 4th seat. Here's your large pizza, sir.
Shh. That would be hysterical.
A lot of movie theaters just have that own service in the theater as well, right? They'll like bring it to your seat. I have definitely had a lady friend bring in 10 boxes of candy into a movie.
Hell yeah, that's the way to do it, man.
Nowadays, I'm just like, I want a little bit of popcorn and I'm good.
If I was president of the United States, I would have an immediate executive order on movie theater pricing.
If I was president of the United States, I would immediately have an executive order where nobody could talk about the weather. And then see what the conversations are like. And maybe we could have some meaningful conversations with people. No more weather conversations.
I went to a movie in August, was the last time I went to a movie theater.
Well, that's not far back.
It wasn't, but I was upset because I bought a soda, $8.25 for the soda, for the drink, okay?
Jeez.
And it was a medium soda.
So we're at $10.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the time tax and tip and all that. Yeah.
The whole thing that I was mad about was I then made the transaction, got the cup, and I said, oh, yeah, I can just come refill this if I want to. The guy said, no, you got to get a large for free. The large is $8.50.
How much was the
$8.25.
$8.25.
I would have appreciated you telling me that but $8 for us. I mean, it's like more $2-3 more than a ball game. I feel like it's insane.
It's nuts, right? I remember one of the first movies I went to with my father. I think we were watching. I think it was Major League, right? And I think that was the movie. And I said to my dad, can I get a soda? Like as a kid, I was like 11, 12, whatever it was. My dad, I'll never forget this because it's been a joke. He handed me 5 quarters to go get a soda. You know how big that soda was back in like 1989?
44 ounce?
Shot glass. It was a little tiny soda back then for 5 quarters, $1.25. So based on inflation and where we're going, that's about right. Yeah. Nathan, that's about right. $8.25, $8.50 for a drink. But that's where they're making their money now. They're a business. And so I always feel like if I'm going to a ball game or a movie, I know what I'm getting into, right? Like, I don't have to spend money when I go to the stadium or to the movie on food, but I know I'm going to do that. It's a night out. It's part of the budget. It's part of that. I won't complain about that because if you go to a restaurant, you're paying $3 for an iced tea that's worth 2 cents and whatnot. And so you're getting dinner and a show for that. So that's how I look at it to kind of keep myself from going crazy with what the prices are out there. But again, I don't have to spend that money if I don't want to.
Looks like Josh Klingler has texted into the text line, if you want to sneak in candy, cargo shorts are the way to sneak in candy.
That's how I used to smoke in booze. Sneak in booze to KU, where the cargo shorts, airplane bottles, right there you go. Walk right in.
So odds are out for the Kansas City Chiefs. They have the 5th best odds to win the Super Bowl. That is 9-1
Isn't
right
that
now.
Crazy right now, right?
Everybody is telling everybody that's panicking to relax,
right?
Because this team is fine.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that sounds, maybe disbelief that 2-3, some brutal losses, but you think about the loss to the Philadelphia Eagles, right? Travis Kelce drops that pass, gets picked off.
They win the
Butker
game.
misses a field goal, stuff like that. You beat the Giants, you beat Baltimore. You beat Jacksonville if you don't make dummy-o penalties and you don't have bad situational football.
Correctable.
That's why I think a lot of people are okay saying to themselves, they're fine. Rashee Rice comes back in another week.
Mm-hmm.
You got to survive this game, though. This is a game that you've got to go out there, and I don't want to say it's a must-win game, but it sure the hell feels like a must-win game. But the Chiefs also still have the second best odds to win the AFC.
It's crazy, right? I don't think this is a must-win game because the season, as Q always says, and I'll just continue to steal his line, right? You know, do we cancel the season if we lose? Like, are we done if it's a must-win game? No, but it is.
Bob, that's really none of your business.
Thank you, Matt. I will say this. It is a desperate game, though. Like, they need to play desperately this weekend, and I think they will. And I think when you're a team like the Chiefs and you're in that desperation mode, which they haven't been in a lot. I mean, maybe 2021 when they were 2-3 and on the brink of going 3-5. They played desperate. They played in desperation mode, and they win games. And so I think they do need to be in desperation mode. They don't need to be in panic mode, but they need to be in desperation mode. And I think there is a difference. I think panic mode makes you play outside yourself. I think we saw a little bit of that in the second half with Jacksonville on Monday night. I think there was a little bit of a panic mode there on the defensive side. They got out of sorts. It didn't work. There was panic mode, I do believe, against the Chargers in that, final defensive drive where Chris Jones is nowhere to be found where he's supposed to be. And so I think those are panic modes. I think desperation mode, though, is when you say, all right, we've got to put our best game plan forward. We've got to win this game. We're a desperate football team right now. And if you're the Lions, you don't want to come into Kansas City on Sunday night facing a desperate Kansas City Chiefs team that is trying to get right after a terrible, terrible, no good loss to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Like, if you're the Lions right now, you're looking at the Chiefs like, I wish they would have won that game against Jacksonville. I wish they were 3-2 instead of 2-3, because a desperate Chiefs team is a team that's going to come back and kick you in the face.
Somebody says 31.6% of the time that Nathan used to stretch a double into a single for the Tigers. Love you, buddy.
Yeah, it's Little League coach Dave right there. I got to shout out Dave. He's a listener.
So you were like me, fast.
The exact opposite.
I know, I'm kidding.
Such a backhanded compliment.
Looking at me, you say I think he's slow, and I am. But I was like quick. Like I had my reflexes are good. My swing never had an issue. If I was a base stealer, my jump would be good, right? Would be. I never stole any bases, but if I would, we're playing along to that. But yeah, I'm the slowest person you've ever met.
Are you feeling better about yourself now? Because I hope you are, because that felt like you needed to talk about that.
Do you think you could beat Alex Gold in the sprint?
Yes.
Absolutely not. I bet I'm the slowest guy at the station.
No.
I mean, Alex runs like a giraffe that just figured out his legs.
Yeah. We called him Alex Gump.
Yeah.
What were the other combine activities?
Lifting, vertical, 40-yard dash. Let's see what else was
there. Was the jump and hit the sticks. That's the vertical. Yeah, the 40-yard dash.
There was the bench press. There was the lipness test. Is that what it was? The IQ of the quarterback test. I think Kling or you won that one. One of the two. Or
Wonderlic.
Yeah.
I think I'm holding my own at most of those things. Speed, absolutely not.
But I think you could beat Alex. I mean, anybody could beat Alex. A corpse could beat Alex running.
That's tough. So when you look at this game moving forward, or you look at the season that has already started to show trades, there is a name that this article brings up for the Kansas City Chiefs, and it's the AP, right?
Mm-hmm.
They bring up the fact that the Chiefs could go get a running back still, and that running back's name is Jalen Wright for the Miami Dolphins, 2026 sixth-round pick. The Dolphins have fallen apart during a 1-4 start to the 2025 season. With little hope of turning things around, expect them to host a fire sale ahead of the trade deadline. They're going to keep a hold of Devon Achane, maybe be the real prize in Miami's backfield. He does have an affordable contract. Youth and production will likely make him too costly for contenders like the Chiefs, but backup Jalen Wright is far more likely to be moved. He has fallen out of favor in the backfield and hasn't lived up to his immense potential since being drafted in round 4 last year. So I think the Chiefs should give up a 6th-round pick for Jalen Wright. I don't think the running back is the move you make anymore.
No, I don't either. I think that's very far down the line of things that you need to fix.
I think what Nate Taylor told us last week of ESPN, it's going to be a 30-30-30 share. It's going to be Rashard Smith, it's going to be Isaiah Pacheco, and it's going to be Kareem Hunt. That's what we kind of saw in this game against Miami.
And that's what it should be.
Each guy kind of showed their potential because they know they're not going to run the ball. But where I think they could make moves when you look about, teams that are falling apart or teams that aren't working, and you look at where you need your need, why wouldn't you go look for a guy like Cam Jordan or Jeffrey Simmons? New Orleans is not going to do anything.
Right.
The Titans are clearly not going to do anything, and they need picks. They need to change the regime. They need to change the guard at their head coach. They've got a new GM, Bergazzi, that was here. That's not his coach.
No.
We know Callahan's not worth coaching in the NFL. This D-line needs help. This D-line needs to create pressure, which I think then will help that secondary that is giving up a lot of yards and having a lot of penalties because they're asked to do more longer, which is tough in the NFL. I still think the hardest position to play in the NFL outside of quarterback would have to be defensive back. And if you could get some sort of pressure on your D-line in that area, guys like Cam Jordan, I know they're expensive and I don't know the numbers and all that, but I'm talking about names of guys that should go somewhere to have a chance at winning. Those two names fit the bill for me. Cam Jordan, Jeffrey Simmons. Why not go take a stab at those guys on those losing teams?
Yeah, and you know, I always like to look at what, you know, people suggest, and that's why, you know, sports is fun because everybody's got their opinions. And this is, you know, a Bleacher Report article that probably I thought was written weeks ago when it was about the running back, right? Because I think we have figured out the running back position, excuse me, here in Kansas City. And if you're a fantasy owner, you don't like my answer, which is what Dusty gave you. It's a three-way split, and that's the way it should be in the NFL. No team should be reliant on one running back every single time. It is a death sentence waiting to happen. When the Chiefs were at their best at the running back position, they had Jamal Charles and Thomas Jones. And I remember people complaining they're not using Jamal enough. Well, those were fantasy owners who had Jamal Charles on their fantasy team that wanted all of the fantasy points. That's actually something that Todd Haley did that was very smart. He hasn't done much that was very smart over the course of his career, but that was something that was very smart, the utilization of those two running backs. And I've always remembered that and always thought that's the way you want to do it in the NFL. There's too much wear and tear. There's too much pounding that takes place on these running backs to say, we got a bell cow and he's going to run all season long. Very rarely do you see that happen in this league. So I love the three-man split that they're going to potentially have going forward at the running back position. Therefore, I don't think running back is a need right now for this football team. I'm with you. Defensive line, and I would be bringing in kickers. I really would. I would be auditioning kickers every single day and see what you can do. You know, from that standpoint, kickers are out there right now. There are reliable kickers that you can go out there and find. Remember, Harry was on the practice squad in Carolina when they found him. Nobody knew about Harry, right? They went down and got him from the practice squad. Great move from Brett Veach. We may need to find another Harry on a practice squad to bring him in here because this Harry ain't getting the job done. So I would be looking for a defensive lineman and potentially a kicker. I don't really want to trade for a kicker at this point in time because I think that's a waste of a trade. If you can find somebody that's out there that's good, a practice squad type of guy, go for it, bring him in, see what he can do. But I think defensive line is really where we need the help the most. It's still like you can't get there with four guys. Anybody that you can get in here can help this defensive line. Also on that last play, did anybody else see Charles Omenihu just get absolutely taken out of the play? I've never seen a pancake like that since like Chris's Cakes at a charity event, man. That guy got pancaked on that last play.
Shout out Chris Cakes.
They're good.
Yeah, they are.
Never had him.
And Todd Haley, by the way, did go on to be the offensive coordinator of the Steelers, who then came in and beat the Chiefs 18-16 in that no touchdown game.
Was he the OC that day?
He was the OC. I remember I was sitting in the down low, and he was giving it to the Chiefs fans, man. And it's like, hey, man, great job. You schemed up Antonio Brown beating Justin Houston there, Todd. Nicely done. We know how DJ feels about Todd Haley.
He knew he knew more than the coaches. I mean, it was just boom.
Well,
hey,
it was Todd
this,
Haley.
God, of course.
DJ's, you know, DJ will credit and has told me he does credit Todd Haley, though, with turning around his career. When he benched him in that Denver game, it was kind of a wake-up call to DJ. And from that moment on, he went on and became the greatest tackler we've ever seen in Kansas City history. So you can say, yeah, Todd Haley was terrible. But DJ will tell you, goes, yeah, no, I credit him for you know, a wake-up call that I needed at that point in my career, and he gave it to him, and DJ turned things around. So that was the one good thing that Todd Haley did here in Kansas City.
In a weird way, Bob, I think I'm going to say that because Kareem Hunt broke off that long run the other night, I'm more trade for a running back now. Like, I just half sarcastically, like, don't remember the last time a Chief broke off a run like that.
Yeah.
I watched them and said to my fiance, like, that they're allowed to do that, by the way. Like, they're allowed to do that. They can just keep running after they go through the line of scrimmage. And so it's that element of having 7 yards to carry on the ground, you know, the offensive line holding up as well as they have in the pass game. That balance is something this team hasn't had. I mean, maybe you could say in the Damian and Darryl years. I'd say it was the first time Kareem Hunt was here. We saw what they did. They didn't win the football game, but 500 yards of total offense. They're a pick six in the end zone away from winning that game. I'd love a running back.
Can Brashard Smith be that guy, though, for you?
In the pass game, absolutely. As a bell cow, probably not. But I tend to align with you in the thought that, you need multiple, which, again, Todd Haley did well in the Charles and Jones split. I need someone that can withstand contact and break a tackle more so than Pacheco and Hunt can.
Someone asked when's the last time the Chiefs had a 100-yard rusher. It was Kareem Hunt last year on November 4th against Tampa Bay. He did it also on October 7th against the Saints. Prior to that was Isaiah Pacheco on 12/31/23 against Cincinnati.
It's few and far between. But again, this is not a passing offense or a rushing offense. It is a passing offense. No matter how much we want to sit here and scream, it's like what Kling always says to us, we can ask him to run the ball. I don't know that he is, So, I mean, they're going to use the passing game as the extension of that running game. And when you have Patrick Mahomes, don't you kind of want the ball in his hand as much as you possibly can? I understand that, but I also understand the need to have balance.
Speaking of balance, there's more balance in the play of one Aaron Judge, because last night,
2-strike pitch hits a drive down the line. If it's fair, it's his moment. It is. It's tied. Judge has arrived.
There's not many moments in sports that it doesn't matter if it's your affiliate, your team, your player. You kind of understand the moment. That was one of those moments we talked about at the start of the show. If you missed it, feel free to check the podcast page out. Also, feel free to like and subscribe to the YouTube channel. You can see our faces as we do this show every day. But that last night, I texted you and I said, here we go. This is the Judge moment. And coincidentally, at the same time, you've got the WFAN on in the Yankees broadcast, and they're saying the same thing. Is this one of those moments where Aaron Judge does it and that guy lost? He didn't even call the foul pole.
Here's the pitch. High fly ball, deep left field. Down the left field line, it is off the fair pole. Hey now, hey now, hey now. 3-run homer, Aaron Judge. This game is tied at 6-6.
He'd go on to make a diving play the very next inning in right field. And I told you, I said, he's not done yet. They'll have another chance today as there are 4 elimination games today. Everybody basically playing today. Yankees will play that mid-evening game that we'll all be watching until Survivor starts for me, as I'm all in on Survivor for some damn reason. But that was a moment last night where, this is tough for me to say, but when Denver won that first Super Bowl, right, with John Elway, and it was like, this one's for John. You're like, this guy tried his whole life to get there, and he finally did it. Drew Brees for the Saints, giving up on the Chargers, or Chargers gave up on Drew Brees. Yeah. He did it. Aaron Judge's legacy was built and hoped on by this moment, and he finally did it. And now he is tied for fourth all time in Yankees history for tying or go-ahead home runs in the playoffs. He is behind Jeter, Bernie Williams, and then it is him and Babe Ruth with 10.
Isn't that amazing? Isn't that unbelievable? People talk about Aaron Judge not being good in the playoffs. And has he had that moment? Not really. But then you say that, and he's tied with Babe Ruth for the third most game-winning or game-tying home runs in playoff history for the Yankees. That's stupid. I mean, that is insane when you start to talk about that. And I don't know if you were joking when you texted me about this last night or just come from the garage or whatever.
The mushroom? Or the mushroom? Yeah. We'll get there one day with you, Bob. The Mount Rushmore, not the mushrooms.
Yes, the Mount Rushmore. Are you ready to put Judge on the Yankees Mount Rushmore?
He's got to win one.
He's got to win one. He has to win one. And if he does, then we are probably having that conversation. But for me, it is done with the Aaron Judge slander. We are officially moving on from people saying that Aaron Judge doesn't play big in the big moments. He had his big moment yesterday, and this playoff, he's hitting 500 in the playoffs right now. 500 this year in the playoffs.
Yeah, what is he, 10 for 20 or something like that?
It's ridiculous. He's got 6 RBIs, the home run we saw last night, or however many.
And you could almost feel it coming because they were down early. It was 6-1, then it was 6-3, and they were talking about Judge in the pregame because they were talking about how he's hitting the ball, but he's not necessarily the guy that's supposed to hit singles. He's got to hit a big big shot.
Right.
And last night, with facing elimination in the Bronx, everybody's biting their fingernails. There's always tons of Surfsides, by the way, in the crowd in New York.
That's where they started. Yeah, because it's a Philadelphia thing, and so they started on the East Coast. You see them all over the stadiums.
They're crazy.
They're fantastic. Like when we went to Philly and they had Surfside there, I didn't leave the stand.
Right. Yeah. And when you watch that moment last night, it's like, okay, Judge, like you're kind of running out of time here because if you don't do it here, you probably lose this game. You're bounced out of the playoffs. And again, this isn't a Yankee thing. This is a player thing. And you were texting me like, who's a guy that, or a team that you root for or that you don't root for, that you hate, but yet you still respect. And Aaron Judge is, we do one word, he's an anomaly of a Yankee, right? I hated A-Rod. I hated Jeter. I did not like Tino Martinez. I didn't like Paul O'Neill. No reason, just hated them. I just hated them.
Because they were good. It's like why people hate Mahomes and Kelsey,
It's kind of for me, it's a luxuriousness of me to be able to like Aaron Judge because there was a time in the Yankee locker room where I was going to interview Judge before the game. I just wanted to ask him a fast five is all I wanted to do. And he's getting ready, and some other guy from a station across town had already annoyed him as he's watching video and interrupted him and interviewed him, and you could tell that he was annoyed. And as he gets up and he's starting to put his jersey, on and get ready, I went up to him and was like, hey, Aaron, do you have, a quick minute for an interview? He's like, I got to get to batting practice. And this is a true story. And I said, okay, no worries. He goes, well, do you have the questions ready? I said, oh, yeah, they're ready to go. He goes, all right, well, we can get to it. And then down the hallway in the visitor locker room, I hear, Judgey, let's go. And he goes, sorry, man, I got to go to batting practice, but I'm sure you'll be around for a while. And I said, I think you'll be around for a while. And he kind of smiled at me. He goes, take care. And didn't have to do that. He's a Yankee. He's larger than life. He's one of the most popular athletes in the world. And he was human, and he was humble, and he was nice. And I will remember that the rest of my life. The three nicest athletes I've ever ran into in a baseball locker room have been Eric Hosmer, Aaron Judge, and randomly Chris Bryant. Because Chris Bryant had a sick pair of Jordans on. I was like, nice shoes. He's like, what do you know about shoes? And I was like, how much time do you got? And he turned around and he goes, tons, let's go. And I was like, well, I used to work at Champ Sports. He's like, oh, what'd you do there? And it's just Chris Bryant here. And this is when he's like peak Cubs, Chris Bryant. Yeah. And I'm like, what the hell am I doing in this industry? But it's things like that. And when you see that, so Judge is one of those guys, like when I was a kid, it was Tim Brown. Hate the Raiders. Never liked the Raiders. I had a Tim Brown jersey.
Yeah.
My dad despised me for it. But I had a Tim Brown jersey because I loved Tim Brown. Did not like the Raiders. And I don't know, my dad's 69 today. I don't know if me coming in with a pinstripe 99 jersey would end it. It might. But I don't want to do that to him. But he's one of those guys that as a Yankee, he is the anomaly. Bernie Williams was that guy.
Bernie was that guy, too. Everybody loved Bernie Williams. Jorge Posada, I think, is in that category as well for people that everybody loved. Like Jeter, for me, like I used to like Derek Jeter. Then I talked to Derek Jeter. And then I'm like, I don't really like you. I'm just going to be honest. He was not nice in the locker rooms. I mean, not kind. A-Rod couldn't have been a 180 from Derek Jeter. It was great in the locker room. One of the best experiences was Josh and I talking to Bryce Harper. We're like, that guy was awesome. It was when he was with the Washington Nationals, so he's fairly still young in the game, but he was still a superstar, and he was kind of like that same thing. He took that time. When those guys do that and they're nice to you, it's such an anomaly from the way that people normally act and treat the media. When they respect you and treat you nice, it really does stand out. And that Aaron Judge, that's a product of his upbringing. Great parents, right? Taught him the right way to do things. Respect everybody, man. Whether they're a reporter, whether they're the janitor, whether they're your teammate, whether they're the president, whether they're the CEO, it doesn't matter. Respect everybody the same. And I think Aaron Judge has found a great way to do that. And I think, Dusty, that's probably why you like him. He was raised the right way. He's got great parents. He treats people the right way. You say it every day. Treat people the right way. Do nice things for people. That's what Aaron Judge does. I mean, he's just a good guy all the way around, and I'm so glad he had that moment last night because now Josh Allen is the next guy who needs a big postseason moment. I mean, it's where it is.
Him and Connor McDavid and fall puck has officially started
last night.
No doubt about it. We get back on the other side. Normalcy for the Chiefs is what we'll discuss here at 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is George Karlaftis, and you're listening to Fescoe Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you, there is a great clothing store, guys, in downtown Overland Park. I actually went by Newton James this morning, driving in right there at 80th and Metcalf. Just a little bit west of 80th and Metcalf, you'll find the coolest guys' clothing store in Kansas City. And you're going to step into a world where substance meets style. It's called Newton James. It's Casey's newest classic menswear and accessories boutique, and they redefine what menswear should be. I've had the opportunity to meet the folks over at Newton James, and they are outstanding. They have everything to make you look awesome. Whether you're going to a meeting, whether you're going to the golf course, it doesn't matter. You're going to look your best when you shop at Newton James. And they've got designers like Ralph Lauren, Sid Mashburn, Grayson, and so much more. And at Newton James, they believe someone has to be the best dressed man in the room. It might as well be you. Like I said, they're located in downtown Overland Park. Really easy to find on 80th and Metcalf. Do yourself a favor, pop in there, see what they have, see the great clothing, see what you can get to make you look better. They've got shoes, they've got clothing, they've got bags, they got everything you need to take your style to the next level. Located in downtown Overland Park or at newtonjames.com. Elevate your wardrobe, elevate your presence only at Newton James.
Guys, you can feel your energy slipping away, losing what makes you, you. It could be low testosterone. Take action now. Synergen X and Low T Center can help you reclaim your energy with a quick and simple free T-test. Visit a local Synergen X or Low T Center and receive pharmaceutical-grade testosterone, never compounded like the other clinics. Experienced providers increase your testosterone to the level that is just right for you. Treatment is covered by most major insurance with affordable self-pay options available as well. The best you is waiting. Book a free T-test at trtmvp.com.
Hey friends, it's noisy out there with information coming at us all day, every day. It's hard to know what to trust, and the world of wealth management is no exception. That's why UMB Private Wealth Management helps you tune out the noise and tune into what matters most. They'll create a financial plan based on your unique goals, so it's your voice that comes through loud and clear. Get financial clarity. Go to umb.com/private wealth to schedule an appointment. That's umb.com/private wealth.
Doug. Limu and I always tell you to customize your car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. But now, we want you to feel it. Cue the emu music, Limu.
Save yourself money today. Increase your wealth. Customize and save, we say.
That may have been too much feeling.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays, call your plays like a pro with live betting, or bet on a market you didn't know existed thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet, and keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Specific promotional offers are not available in Mississippi, New York, Nevada, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements. in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, where we've successfully treated thousands of men for low testosterone and helped them feel like their old selves again. Please take a moment and listen to how we help this patient.
Hi, this is Doug. I'm a patient with Heartland Men's Health. I've been doing low T treatment for just under a year now. I've always dedicated my life to work. I've always found the time to go to gym. I'm 46 years old. My energy level has been on a roller coaster. With work, when we would have like long, stressful meetings, I would notice that I was very exhausted and drained afterwards. And with the low T treatment, I'm not as stressed. I started to feel a lot more level-headed. The roller coaster kind of went away. I think Heartland Men's Health, they really have it figured out. The professional staff, I think it's a wonderful treatment for men of any age. And it's definitely a benefit I'm going to continue.
Thank you. It's true. Your initial appointment includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Jay's Southland Tow Service, Kansas side 70 eastbound. You hit delays past 435, crawls all the way over towards 57th Street with an accident, just the left shoulder getting by. 35 northbound heavy from the merge of 69 highway up to Antioch, left lane blocked with a wreck. Missouri side inbound 70 at 27th Street. You hit delays, stays very slow over to Paseo with an accident. Eastbound lanes heavy from Truman down past 27th with construction. Having unexpected car trouble or just in a car accident, call Jay's Southland Tow Service 816-779-4869 or southlandtow.com. Use the tow service trusted by most local police departments. They can do it all, so be in the know and call Jay's Southland Tow. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
I haven't seen information about this other than the text line that just brought it up. Did you see the video of the kid receiving a package from the Chiefs who had his headband stolen?
I did. It was awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, really cool. He got an autographed Mahomes jersey and everything.
Oh, that was that kid.
Yeah,
okay, yeah. I saw that.
Yep.
Then. That is sick. That is sick.
Yeah, you knew they were going to do something to make.
Better believe it.
But it still doesn't take away the. Well, I can't say that word on the radio. It doesn't take away the AH-ness of that woman, okay? It really doesn't. She still sucks, and she should still be fired from her job. Stole from a kid, Karen. Go back to Boomerville.
What was it, the guy?
Drive slow and ruin everybody's day.
Was it the guy of at the U.S. Open? Is that what it was? He stole the hat and then told the kid, he's like, yeah, it sucks to suck. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. And then you had the Philly woman as well. You know,
we know her too well. That is, from what I've seen, one of the more popular Halloween costumes.
The Karen Philly costume is it?
Yeah,
That's
Philly
awesome.
jersey, red hoodie, and then the Corella DeVille and glasses and a baseball. Very, very cheap.
I love it.
Go to like Wish and get a knockoff Philly jersey, and then you're her.
That is good. You sent me a picture, DM me. It says photo of the year, and it's Judge kind of walking after that home run, right?
And the Yankee or the Blue Jay pitcher.
Yeah. Oh, I wasn't even looking at him. I was looking in the background. I was looking at our friend Marlins man, right?
Yeah.
And he sent me a tweet that somebody sent out this morning and said, "Why is there a random Marlins fan at a Yankees Toronto game?"
Thanks for listening.
I mean, this guy has been doing this since 2012 when the Giants made that first World Series run, and he had the orange on, so they thought it was the Giants. Nobody really paid attention. But then it came to Kansas City in 2014, and that's kind of when he really started popping, as a sports fan. And so if you're on social media and you don't know who Marlins man is, did you just get born yesterday? I mean, I'm being serious. Like, if you're watching a sporting event and you don't know who Marlins man is, have you been watching sports for the last 12 years or so?
It'd be like, who's this fireman guy that leads the JETS chant? What's he doing there? Why do they have a fireman? Like, what are you talking about?
Who the hell is this guy walking up the Raptors with moose antlers for the Royals?
Yeah, Craig Rumstool, baby. Love you, brother.
Well, in case you've been under a rock or behind a moose, this guy kind of does it. Can't miss him.
I mean, he's in every major sporting event. He's battling health issues right now. His doctors told him, they said, look, you could go any day. He goes, well, then screw it. I'm going everywhere, right? And so, he's traveling all over doing his thing. He'll be obviously at the game tonight. But, looking at him sitting back there, I'm just laughing. I'm going, my God, Marlins man has literally been at everything. And so I texted him last night because after that Judge home run, I was outside. I just gotten home from the Johnny Boy fundraiser where I ran into Neil Smith. I'll tell you a story about him in a second. And so I'm outside and Judge hits the home run. I'm yes. And so I texted Marlins man. I'm like, because I'm in my feels at that point. I'm like, what's the greatest sporting event you've been to?
The Royals clinching the pennant with my dad against Baltimore.
I was asking him, but for you, that's great. I don't know my answer. I don't. I think it's
Super Bowl in Miami.
Honest to God, I've told people this over the years. It was always watching Lance Armstrong winning the last Tour de France in Paris.
That guy cheated.
I know, but when I was there, you didn't know it.
That guy scammed us on a rubber band.
He really did. He really did. He's a screw
Live
job.
strong or do steroids.
Yeah, really. Like that was really cool at that moment in time. It was accidental. We weren't there for the Tour de France. I was there with my parents on vacation. But I asked him, I said, what is the greatest sporting event you've ever been to? Think of all the sporting events he's ever been to. What do you think his answer was?
Wild card game.
What do you think?
For Marlins, man?
Yeah.
Blocked by James, the comeback in 2016. Warriors, Cavs.
Chiefs, Bills.
13 second.
Yep.
Oh, that's a good one.
It's a solid one.
Yeah. Chiefs, Bills. I'm like, okay, that's pretty good. Because I thought, you're caught up in the moment last night, Dusty. Everybody was caught up in the moment of Aaron Judge last night. I thought for sure this was it. Seeing Aaron Judge do that. But that 13-second game, I think that's why we all had confidence on Monday night that they were going to go out there and win that game because, we've seen this before. We had 13 seconds and 2 timeouts. We've got 16 seconds and 3 timeouts. Let's go, baby. And Jacksonville, quite honestly, they knew exactly what they were doing because the Chiefs tried to run the exact same plays that they ran against Buffalo in that 13-second game.
So along the lines of who's this Marlins man? Who's this guy with the moose antlers? The 620 has a great text here to the J Southland Tow Service text line 913-586-7965. Says, who's this guy wearing number 95 standing on the middle of the field while Trevor Lawrence runs into the end zone in a critical moment?
You get the rest of the month.
Fantastic.
Chris Jones.
That is really good.
You brought this up earlier, and Jay Binkley as well. The Chiefs were 2-3 in 2021 and did just fine.
Yeah.
They're 2-3 right now. You're calling it normalcy.
It's normal. This is what normal teams do, guys, right? We have been so abnormal for 8 years here in Kansas City when it comes to football. This is a normal NFL season. You know how many teams are 2-3? You know how many teams are 3-2? You know how many teams are undefeated? None. There are no undefeated teams in the NFL. The problem is we're not used to normal. And we were kind of talking about it yesterday around the office, and then you read the text earlier of somebody wanting Andy Reid and his entire coaching staff fired because of what happened in Jacksonville, and they're just an undisciplined team, and this listener can't take it anymore with Andy Reid running his program. It makes you think like you've been spoiled over these last 8 years. Like we have not had to deal with normalcy in football since before Patrick Mahomes took over this team, and we're not used to it. And if you weren't watching the Chiefs, prior to 2018 or watching the NFL prior to 2018, you're not used to this. I get that. This is something you're like, oh my God, what's going on with our football team? What we're watching here right now is a normal NFL season. But for us, it is abnormal. And so we've got to kind of keep that into perspective. While people here are losing their minds and wanting Andy Reid fired and his coaching staff dismissed and all this kind of stuff, you're looking at a 2-3 football team through 5 games. They're not any different than any other football team at this point in time. They are a normal NFL team. We're just used to having our NFL team being so not normal that when it comes back to the pack and we're normal, it scares the living daylights out of us. And it shouldn't.
Yeah, I don't like normal. To be honest with you. I like like last year, 11-0 in 1-score games, 15-2 in the regular season. You had one loss at the very end of the season in a game that you didn't play your starters. Like you said, that's not normal.
No. But 11-6 the prior year and winning the Super Bowl, that is a normal type of season. That's normalcy in this league. What we're doing right now, they're a normal team. You're not going to be an abnormal, above normal team all the time. The fact that they've been able to do it for 8 straight years of dominance, the Patriots didn't do that. 49ers didn't do that. Gary Myers didn't do that.
Well, he thinks he did. From the 6-2, I will never forget how mad I used to get during the 2019 season. And then they won the Super Bowl. Since then, I just try to go with the flow.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Get to the playoffs, and then you start to look at these teams in the playoffs. Let's say the Chiefs are the 7th seed. Who's the 2 seed in the AFC this year?
Buffalo.
Who's the 1 seed then?
Colts.
Well, as of right now.
As of right now. Yeah, as of right now.
Well, the Chiefs are not the 7th seed right now, but let's say they are.
Yeah.
Buffalo's probably the 1 seed, and the Chiefs are going to Indianapolis or Pittsburgh.
I hate going to Indianapolis in the playoffs.
Yeah, but
if I'm going to be fair, I hate it.
We haven't gone there with Mahomes yet, though. We haven't played them. The only time we played them with Mahomes, we beat their ass and then forced Andrew Luck to retire.
Yeah.
Right? And that snow game was a nice bar we built in the parking lot and had all our bottles sitting there. It was a perfect game. I loved it. It was Saturday at 3:30. We saged the place. We burned things. It was great.
Jerry Jones flips the bird, plus Joe Flacco goes to Cincinnati. We talk about it all on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
This is Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at QC Kinetics are saying to you, hey, come see us. You'll feel better. We promise. Come see us. Come check out what we have going on at QC Kinetics and look beyond the traditional medicine. QC Kinetics is so successful because people with chronic joint pain are learning that other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery work. Patients fighting pain are getting lasting relief using advanced cellular level treatments. It's QC Kinetics regenerative medicine that can revitalize your joints using growth factors from your own body. A simple injection, not a hospital stay, and it's fast, all natural, and there's no downtime. So if your back or your knees or your shoulders hurt all the time, you need to explore all of your options. Be smart and don't let them tell you more pills or surgery are your only choices. Call QC Kinetics for that free consultation. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Appointments are available on Saturday off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. It's QC Kinetics.
Hey, Zach. Are you smiling at my gorgeous canyon view?
No, Donald. I'm smiling because I've got something I want to tell the whole world.
Well, do it. Shout it out.
T-Mobile's got home internet.
Whoa, I love that echo. T-Mobile's got home internet.
How much is it?
Look at that, Zach. We got the neighbors' attention.
Just $35 a month. And you love a great deal, Denise.
Plus, they've got a 5-year price guarantee. That's 5 whole trips around the sun.
I'm switching. Me too.
Yes, T-Mobile home internet for the neighborhood.
Donald, you still haven't returned my weed whacker.
Carl, don't you embarrass me like this, please.
What's everyone yelling about?
T-Mobile's got home internet. And Donald's got my weed whacker.
Yes, T-Mobile's got home internet. Just $35 a month with auto pay and any voice line. And it's guaranteed for 5 years.
Beautiful yodeling, Carl.
Taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com/ISP for details and exclusions.
At Casey's, we're too nice to say no. So when someone asked for a free frozen drink, we said, sure. Then they said, every Friday all summer? And, well, now we're giving away free medium frozen drinks every Friday. Free Frozen Fridays with Casey's Rewards. It's not crazy, it's Casey's. See store for details.
Men, if the long lines to the bathroom have been holding you back from attending sporting events and you're waking up in the middle of the night dealing with frequent urination, it could be an enlarged prostate. Jeff Montgomery here to talk about the minimally invasive procedure I had that made a big difference. I went to Dr. Brown at Miva Medical, the leader in minimally invasive treatments in Kansas City. The procedure was quick and easy, and I'm very happy with the result. Don't put up with being uncomfortable. Contact Miva Medical. That's MIVA-medical.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Chiefs coverage brought to you by Metal by the Foot, your metal project superstore.
Where can you find an extensive line of Blue Demon welding supplies, filler, rods, and wire? Metal by the Foot, located in Casey and Topeka. Online at metalbythefoot.com. When you need a piece of metal, remember, metal doesn't have to cost an arm or a leg, just the foot.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side 70 eastbound heavy from 435 to 57th Street with an accident down to one lane. Missouri side 70 eastbound heavy from Prospect overpass 23rd with construction down to one lane there. Alan Carr 96.5 The Fan traffic.
Listen to the Chiefs and Lions on Sunday night with pregame starting at 4, kickoff at 7:20 with Mitch, Danon, and Kling right here on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan, KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Moving right along on a beautiful, beautiful Wednesday. The week's half over. Can you believe it? Like that.
It's more than half over now for us.
Tomorrow, it's Alex Gold, Ben Maller, Nate Taylor. Loaded show tomorrow, and then it's Friday, and we all get to have fun with that. Today's also my dad's birthday, but also Matt Damon's birthday.
Oh,
today.
my man crush. I love that.
Matt Damon.
What's he, 54? 55, 54, 55?
You think he's that old?
I do, yes. Yes.
Matt Damon age. He is 55 years old.
Oh, I nailed that one.
Looks good for 55.
He looks great for 55. That's why he's my man crush.
Damon, Bob, yeah.
Yep, I did. I nailed Matt Damon, I'll tell you.
Somebody said, did Matt quit and move to Philadelphia? No. He's
Philadelphia.
Random.
He picked the Eagles a couple weeks ago. He worked for them on the sideline.
That's right.
Anybody was
Yeah,
paying him,
yeah.
you know, it's just-
He's hanging out with Big Dom.
He was hanging out with Big Dom and his guy Howie Roseman down on the sidelines. I'm interested to see what happened. Philadelphia is very interesting to me right now because I'm kind of with you, Nathan. It really reminds me of that 2 years ago. The minute that thing went south, it went south in a big way. I look at them. That's why I'm not concerned with the Chiefs because they're veterans. They've been there. They've done that. They've got great leadership inside that locker room and Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. I don't know if the Philadelphia Eagles necessarily have great leadership. I don't know that Nick Sirianni is a great leader in times of adverse situations. We've seen him give the finger to the crowd and all that kind of stuff. And so that's why when you have a 2-hour meeting with 3 of your biggest players and nobody else is involved and you're coming off a loss and whatnot, boy, it could go south there in Philadelphia. It could go south really, really fast.
It's going south in Cleveland as they've decided to trade Joe Flacco to the Cincinnati Bengals.
Mm-hmm.
He will be their starting quarterback with that offensive line. I fear for Joe Flacco's life, if I'm being 100% honest with you. The one thing I will say, though, is that it shows that Cincinnati is buyers, not sellers.
Yeah.
And they're not done with their season yet. We'll see if Joe Burrow can come back and if their team is salvageable to keep the season alive because that division is also very weak this year with Baltimore being 1-4, Cleveland, Cincinnati, and then the Steelers, who lead that division. They had a bye week last week. They'll get back to it this week with Aaron Rodgers, DK Metcalf, and company with Mike Tomlin as well. Yesterday was also the day of fines.
Mm-hmm.
We know that Tuesday is always the check your mail and see if there's a signature from Roger Goodell. This guy didn't get fined by Roger Goodell, but he did get fined by his own team, and that is Mr. Gannon. Right, the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals on hitting the player. This was his response on the press conference he had.
I didn't see the video, David, but
oh, come on.
Yeah, I actually I woke up this morning and didn't feel great about it, honestly. And so in the team meeting, I addressed it. I apologized to Omari, apologized to the team, and I just told him I kind of let the moment of what happened get the better of me there. Obviously, like I try to be emotionally stable and calm because my job is to solve problems when during a game and kind of lead the charge on that. So it's not really who I am, who I want to be, and I told the guys that today. So it's a mistake by me, and it's just like everybody in there. Everybody made some type of mistake yesterday. which is, culminates to why we didn't win the game, and we can't let it happen.
Is that a word salad?
That the one word, if we're doing one word, fired.
Because he starts off, he says at the end, he's like, we all did something that we're not proud of. I'm like, wait a minute, dude.
No.
You kind of hit your own player who was being consulted by another player who seemed to be doing the right job.
Right.
And again, I know it was in most worlds of sports, that's a love tap. Like, hey, come on, man. You can't do that stuff. We see this all the time in the NFL. And in a moment of adversity, he just kind of added fuel to the fire instead of being like, hey, you're better than that. Don't do it again. Trust me, or you won't play. Instead, kind of hit him on the chest. I'm not as against it as most people. I will say that. I don't think you do that in that situation because the situation is already ran amok, right? It's already a catastrophic failure. He fumbles. It costs you an 87-yard touchdown run. The guy was clearly feeling terrible about it by doing that fumble, which, again, I don't know why this continues to happen. I don't know if it's like some sort of enigma in the NFL that we can't figure out why people do this. Just cross the goal line. We saw Patrick Mahomes do it perfectly well in the Monday Night Football game with his little Mario leap, like he was getting ready to hit the coin box.
Yeah.
And we see this happen in the Arizona game, and then that's his response of, I didn't see the video.
That's a lie.
Yeah, for sure he saw the video.
I mean, come on, dude. No, you're not fooling anybody, you fraudulent liar. Everybody in the NFL watches everything. You got to be dead from the neck up not to see that video. Now, I will say this. And if this is 1985 and he did that, I don't have a problem with that at all, right? It's 2025. The mindset has changed, right? In the 70s, 80s, 60s, a coach would do something like that. My dad used to tell stories about how his football coach in high school would grab him by the face mask and throw him down, right? Those were accepted practices back then. That's what football was about. We have now changed. We have, matured. We've gotten older. People don't take that kind of stuff anymore. I've always asked you about working with people who yell and scream all the time, right? Make fools of themselves. Does that make you want to work harder for that person? No. So you're now in a different mindset where it's 2025. People don't put up with this kind of stuff anymore. And that guy on the sidelines was clearly down. He knew he made a mistake. And then to have your head coach come up to you and do that and punch you in the stomach like he did or love tap you, however you want to say it, that's not a good look for that head football coach. You know what Andy Reid would have done? We got this. We're giving you the ball the next play. And that's the difference between Andy Reid being a winner and a great leader and a great head coach versus whoever that guy is out in Arizona who claims he didn't watch the video, which is the biggest lie I've ever heard. These NFL coaches are really good at lying. Some lie. That guy in Arizona is nothing but a liar. Oh, I didn't see the video. Kiss my ass. Your wife showed that to you in bed, and she looked at you and said, this is not appropriate. Or maybe one of your kids showed that to you because they're on TikTok. That video was literally everywhere. I'm sure your boss probably brought that into the office along with the HR lady and probably said, what are we doing here in this situation? And then you get up in front of the media and try to insult the intelligence of everybody and say, I haven't seen the video. That is a downright lie. That guy should be fired because he is not a respected guy. He's not a good coach, and he's not a leader of a team. A leader of a team doesn't do that. A leader puts his arm around that guy and goes, hey, hang in there, man. We got your back. We all make mistakes. Don't worry about it. We got you. Instead, he went up and tapped him like he did or punched him or however you want to describe it. That's not a leader. That guy needs to be fired.
This guy got a fine.
The last time we won a Super Bowl, I could still get hard without taking a pill. Nowadays, my dinger just looks like a wet biscuit.
You want to talk about a word salad.
Jerry Jones said he meant to give some Cowboys fan a thumbs up, ended up giving him the bird.
Right.
Video's hilarious.
Oh, it's outstanding.
Waves, boom. Oh, sorry. Wrong finger went up. I quote tweeted that yesterday, so that's exactly what I do in traffic. I meant to give the guy the thumb, not the finger.
Yeah.
Somebody responds, goes, so that was you that flipped me off the other day on the highway. Yeah, that's just crazy. What do you get fined? Like
$250,000, I think, is ultimately what it ended up being.
That's an expensive middle finger.
It really is. And can I just get a quick sidebar here? Why do we have to continually in print media call these things inadvertent gestures or inappropriate gestures? Why can't we just say Jerry Jones gave the finger to somebody? Why do newspaper people try to be like above board? There was an inadvertent gesture. So you know what I'm thinking of? He may have rolled the dice. I don't know what the inadvertent gesture is. Now I want to see what this is. He gave the finger to somebody. somebody. It's okay to say that, newspapers.
Is it not okay to give people the finger?
I don't know. I do it a lot.
I was gonna say I did it.
Especially to boomers that can't drive.
I gave it to Kling every day I saw him. Still do.
So this was Jerry Jones's quote about, you talk about a word salad, right? That was unfortunate. That was kind of an exchange with our fans in front of us. So now you're claiming you were giving the finger to your own fan. Gotcha. There was a swarm of Cowboy fans out in front, not Jet fan, Cowboy fans. The entire stadium was brimming with enthusiasm of Cowboys, and certainly late in the game. The gesture was inadvertent on my part because that was right after we made our last touchdown, and we were all excited about it. There wasn't any antagonistic issue or anything like that. I just put up the wrong show of the hand. That was inadvertently done. I'm not kidding. If you want to call it accidental, you call it accidental. But it got straightened around pretty quick. I had a chance to look at it. It got straightened out pretty quick. But the intention was thumbs up and basically pointing out to our fans because everybody was jumping up and down excited. So we're supposed to believe that you inadvertently flipped somebody off because you thought you were giving them the thumb for a thumbs up. And now you're telling us that you were giving the bird to your own crowd? They should be giving you the bird for the last 30 years, Gramps.
Micah Parsons did.
Yeah, he did.
You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL and CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL games live every Sunday, all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. So essentially, that's $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We'll talk next about what's coming up for the Chiefs and where they rank on offense and what can change for this team moving forward on 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Creed Humphrey, and you're listening to Fescoe Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Park & Go are ready for you for that airport parking experience that you will absolutely love. Friends and colleagues and everybody tells me how much they love Park & Go, and there's a reason why, because they're great at what they do. They are legitimately the best at everything. Number one, every spot is covered parking at Park & Go. Number two, it's easy to make your reservation. Just go to bookparkandgo.com or with their easy-to-use app. Number three, it's easy to prepay to save money. And number four, their customer service is impeccable. When you show up on the day of your flight, you just scan your reservation. They direct you to the covered parking spot they have reserved specifically for you. As soon as you get into that spot, the van will meet you and take you right to the airport terminal. You're not calling on a phone. You're not hoping somebody shows up to get you there. They show up as soon as you pull into that covered parking spot. And when you get back, I love them for this. They're there waiting for you. Just grab your bag, walk off the plane, and jump on that van, and it's right back to the trunk of your car. So join their frequent parker program like we did and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park & Go, family owned and operated.
Step into a world where substance meets style. Newton James, Kansas City's newest classic menswear and accessories boutique. They redefine what menswear should be, with pieces from designers like Ralph Lauren, Sid Mashburn, Grayson, and more. They'll have you covered from the boardroom to the golf course. At Newton James, they believe someone has to be the best-dressed man in the room. It might as well be you. Located in downtown Overland Park or newtonjames.com. Elevate your wardrobe, elevate your presence, only at Newton James.
Take advantage of the nice fall weather and schedule your consultation with the outdoor living specialists at Powell Exteriors KC so you can enjoy the weather in style and comfort. Imagine watching football on your new deck, protected from the elements, and you'll have the confidence of Powell Exterior KC's 10-year workmanship warranty, easy financing, and pay no interest until 2027. Go to PowellExteriorsKC.com today and experience the power of KC's exterior experts.
Trust, price, and ease of transaction. That is GiveMeTheVin.com. We love to buy cars, and you're going to love GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You need parts? O'Reilly has parts. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
1 in 8 women will face breast cancer. But the Breast Cancer Research Foundation is changing that. With breakthroughs in prevention and treatment, we're not just saving lives, we're rewriting the future, giving those diagnosed more time to not just survive, but thrive. This is the moment. This is the mission. Support breast cancer research. Until 1 in 8 is none in 8.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Today, expect sunny conditions with a high of 71.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
All right, we're back at it. Fescoe and Dusty here on 96.5. The Fan, rolling through what we call a Wednesday morning here. And Nathan Williams alongside. Mac will be back tomorrow. He's ready to rip sports takes about his Chiefs and everything that has gone on the last couple of days.
With Mac yet.
Well, no, we haven't. We don't know if he's been.
I haven't heard a word from Mac.
Well, and in all seriousness, with this government shutdown that's going on right now, that means TSA is very understaffed at airports. Air traffic controllers are not showing the work. There was an airport in L.A., I think it was John Wayne Airport yesterday in Orange County. No air traffic control. They shut the airport down. So I don't know. If you're flying and you're at the airport, let us know. Was it working? Are people moving around? Are we flying around the country? Are the government shutdowns keeping people from getting home? Because there has been a lot of that. So there is no guarantees that Mac's coming back tomorrow because of all the government shutdown that's going on, flights and whatnot getting canceled all over the joint.
You know how when there's trade rumors for someone, people will say, "Oh, I just saw DeAndre Hopkins at the Hertz at the airport."
Yeah, right.
If someone lays eyes on Matt, can you let us know?
Very easy to find. He'll be sitting cross-legged on the floor eating Shake Shack hamburgers.
Right, exactly. I've got a picture to prove it with my wife at the New Orleans airport. Like a child, he is.
He's a good kid. Somebody has given us information here on the text line of instead of giving people, this came from True Green Thumb and another number.
Okay.
Fellas, stop giving the finger when driving. If you want to throw someone off, give them the thumbs down.
Oh, yeah, like that. Remember that Yankee fan who sat there? Thumbs down.
It's Vern's favorite GIF.
Is it really?
Yeah, he loves it.
I do too. It's funny. It's just so
I
good.
can confirm as a thumbs down person when I'm driving that people get 10 times more upset than they do.
So you've done it.
Bird. Oh, 100%.
You have? What do they do? Like I won't remember
they get 10 times worse.
But do they like just yell at you in the?
It's been a week or two, but it was someone behind me. I'm telling you, this is like a couple times a year. I'm thumbs downing somebody out of the window, you know, and they're just flashing their lights, honking their horn. We were on the highway and they were real close to me. And so I just stuck my thumb out the window and pointed it down, and they didn't like it very much.
Did they go around you finally?
They ended up going around, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I do sometimes if somebody's behind me like that? I'll just take the cruise control off if I'm on cruise control and all of a sudden just slow down. Won't hit my brakes. I'll just slow down.
And neither of us should do these things. People are crazy. You never know what people behind you are going to do. And so I realize that it's wrong, but yeah, people get so much more irate with the thumbs down.
People get so mad when they're driving. And I understand it because, the time of day we drive, there's not a lot of traffic out there, but it's all boomers driving around out there, keeping the roads from being free-flowing, staying in the left lane when you don't need to be. The new thing now is for these boomers, driving in 2 lanes. Just pick a lane. It's either the left or the right. The dotted line is not Pac-Man, and we're not following it.
Worst one for me, and I get this all the time coming up here from K10, is when, let's say the speed limit's 70 and you got a semi doing 64. Well, the semi behind it really wants to do 65. So he's going to get in the left lane and they're going to drive by each other for 5 minutes. That one gets me going like no other.
Yeah.
Somebody says, I'm a truck driver. I laugh at those morons. And then the other person says, you give somebody the thumb or the finger, be prepared to have a 9mm pointed at you because people are crazy. That's the other thing.
That's
right.
That's right.
Yeah, I kind of stay away from that because I was on Shawnee Mission Parkway one time getting ready to do after hours, and 2 guys were like weaving back and forth in traffic. And you know where that like vape shop is on Shawnee Mission Parkway?
You have to be more specific.
Right by Scooters. There's like that strip or whatever.
Yeah.
They both pulled into there, and I was hoping the light would stay red, and I like looked back, and they both got out of the car, slammed the door. I think these guys were getting ready to duke it out. But I didn't get to see it because the light went green. I wanted to just do a U-turn and be like, come on, guys.
Yeah. No, you want to be far away from that so they don't call you as a witness.
I like this one from the 913. Hold down your windshield wiper fluid if someone's right behind you on the highway. That's a good one.
Oh, yeah, because it does. It usually gets on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like that one. That's pretty good. I may try that.
People said leaving the blinker on is about the worst thing you can do while driving. Is there a sign to let people know? Because you know how somebody will have like their left blinker on and we're going straight for over about 4 or 5 miles. You just want to be like, how do you let them know?
You yell. I've done that. Your blinkers. I go,
I've gotten in
Then
front
you're
of
going
someone.
to get the planes, trains, and automobiles.
Yeah.
You're going the wrong way.
Okay.
What are you saying, Nathan?
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I've gotten around somebody who's done that before, and I turned my blinker on when I got in front of them. Like if we're in the far left lane and it's the left blinker, get in front of them, turn your left blinker on.
Right, because we know the old school communication of cars. If there's a cop ahead, you do
You
the
flash your brights. People don't do that as much anymore.
Oh, really?
No.
I do it all the time. I mean, but I don't see people. Do you see people doing that much
If
anymore?
a cop sees you do that, will they pull you over?
We were always told when we were kids that if we did that and a cop saw us, they would pull us over for that.
What for? Hazardous driving?
I
By
don't
flashing
know,
your brights?
but like it's those things your parents tell you as a kid that like by the time you reach 40, you've just believed your whole life.
Like
and
leaving the dome light on is illegal?
Yeah.
Can't do that.
Can't do that. Yeah. You know what should be illegal? And I think it is actually driving with headphones in and earbuds in now too. That's just dangerous.
You blink your blinker on the side that's theirs and it's on, you blink the other blinker. I don't think that works. Someone says you could just yell BBL stinky at whoever cuts you off.
BBL stinky.
This is brutal. Our uncle used to throw pennies out the sunroof.
I worked with a woman who did that, actually. Yeah. This was a girl.
That's not cool.
This was a girl from Jersey, and her name was Carrie, and I'll never forget this woman. She was a spitfire, right? Like, I mean, just a spitfire of a girl, right?
Like
just
Susie from Curb?
Yes.
That seems to me that's like the cliche Jersey lady.
Yeah, kind of like that, right? I mean, and I worked at this place called Capital Asset, it was called, right? And what we did is like we bought liens on property. And so my job in 1995 or 6, whatever the hell year it was, making $10 an hour. And I figured out how I could scam more money, never took a lunch break, made more money. Okay, anyway. And so I would have to call all these like town assessors every day and say, talk about properties and all this kind of stuff. It was just mundane, busy work. But this woman, Carrie, worked there, and she was, I don't remember what her job was. I'll never forget this woman. Smoked like it was nobody's business, right? I mean, she would burn dart after dart after dart. She sat like Mac a lot of the times, yelling and screaming and all this kind of stuff. And she used to get so pissed at cars and traffic. She said, yeah, I keep pennies in the car, so when they piss me off, I throw pennies at them. And I'm like, are you out of your mind?
There's a way to get someone to point something at you.
Better collect those pennies now.
Yeah, you're not going to see many of them anymore, right?
Nope. They're going to go back to the straw penny. It's 2 days in a row we've done that. So we'll try to do better. Speaking of doing better, the last 2 years, the Chiefs' record doesn't really make sense to me. and I'll explain. Last year they were 15-2, technically 15-1, but they weren't technically what you would look at as a 15-2 team. Like you look at a 15-2 team, you're like, okay, they were, top 5 DVOA on offense, top 5 DVOA on defense. Makes sense. They were 11-0 in one-score games, right? This year they are 2-4, and they are 0-3 in one-score games, right? Beat Baltimore 37-20, easy math. Beat the Giants 22-9. You lost 27-21, 20-17, and 31-28. Completely different. But what's also completely different is this year's offense. The offense was not there last year, right? Remember last year we were asking, can they just score 20?
Right.
Can you just score 20? And what do we do every single day we do this show? I don't care if you score 20 or 17. Just win. Well, this year you are scoring points. You've scored 28, 20, 22, 17, and 21. The offense is there, and it's going to improve. We know this. Rashee Rice is coming back in 2 weeks. He's going to be here. Well, I guess a week if you don't want to count, this week and then put the Raiders. The offense wasn't there last year. This year they are here. And the wins were there, but the wins aren't here this year. So their records don't really make sense because this year they are 5th in points per drive, 2nd in yards per drive, 8th in total yards, 9th in passing yards, and they're averaging 25 points a game. This team and its offense will continue to get better. Will the defense?
Well, I don't think the defense is bad. I think the defense has been playing good. They just had a bad moment the other night, right? Like, I think we look at that score, 31-28, -7 for the defense. So they gave up 24 points, okay? They gave up 24 points in that game. You scored 28. That's a winnable game. The offense, obviously gave you 7 more because of the interception. So I think the score isn't indicative of I think this team is a fine football team. I think they're a good football team. I think they're one of the best teams in the NFL. I'll ask you guys this, though. Would you rather be 5-0 with the offense not scoring points? Because now you got your offense, and they're sitting at 2-3. Are you happy now? For those that were bitching last year about this team, they're 5-0, but they can't score. They're 2-3, and they're scoring plenty of points. See why it doesn't matter what your offensive numbers are? All that matters is that you win games. Last year, they found ways to win games. This year, they're not finding, at this point in time, ways to win games. They've got to do a better job of doing that. And so, I would take last year's first 5 games over this year's first 5 games any day of the week because the record's better. And that's what we were saying last year. Hey, they're winning games. Just find ways to win. That's all that matters in the NFL. And people complain. I guess I just don't understand why there's always people complaining about this Chiefs team. No matter what they do, there are people that live out there that aren't happy, that aren't satisfied, that will always complain about this team. And I'm looking at this team right now. I'm going, they're 2-3. They're not great from a record standpoint. Hey, their offensive numbers are fantastic, but they're not great from a record standpoint. And at the end of the day, the only stat that matters, wins and losses. And right now, I'd rather be 5-0 with the 30th offense than 2-3 with the 5th best offense at this point in time.
The defensive stat numbers go as followed. Total yards, they're 11th in the NFL, giving up 323.2. We know that kind of fits par for the course because Spags is a bend, don't break. They're going to give up yards. They're just trying to give up points.
Right.
They do not give up a ton of passing yards, which is a positive sign that we can dive into more tomorrow with this Detroit game because Detroit can air it out against anybody. They can also run it against anybody, and that's what scares the absolute hell out of me with Detroit because passing yards are giving up 190.6. That's 7th in the league in the NFL for the Chiefs. They are 21st when it comes to rushing yards, 123.4. Now, we know that Trevor Lawrence had 50 of those on Monday night. We know Lamar probably ran for a few as well. Justin Herbert ran for a little bit as well. They're giving up rushing yards to quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's where they're giving up their rushing. Is there a way to separate that out, Dusty?
I'm sure because I'm just on like a generic score mobile app that just gives you the defense and offenses in a nutshell. Points per game, they're 13th with giving up 21.4. Offensively, they're scoring 25. So they're right around even there. And on third down conversions, they're 13th. 37.5% is the number that they are giving up on third down percentages this year. So it's interesting, when you look at this team from what they were last year to what they are this year, because I think the offense is good. I mean, they're averaging, what they averaged on Monday night, 7.4 yards per play.
Something stupid, yeah.
They're scoring at will, but it's the penalties is why I think this team is different from last year. I think the defense will get better, but the defense needs to get stronger on the front four. They've got to be able to find a way to create pressure because you're leaving your secondary hung out to dry and have them cover these great athletes that you're playing in on the opposing team at wide receiver and tight ends. If you can get more pressure up front, I think that will fix that problem. But the biggest problem this team has is discipline. They're penalized way too much. They're the third most penalized team in the NFL.
Yeah, and that's got to stop. But that's a fixable issue. And again, I think this is Andy Reid now taking over this organization and saying, all right, guys, we've done it your way. We've seen what can happen. We should be 4-1 at best, maybe 5-0 at best, 4-1 at worst, but we're not because we're not smart right now. We're not playing a smart brand of football. And I always look at that and I think that is a fixable brand of football to play. Like, you can change the way that you go out there and do things. You can't usually acquire more talent. You can go make a trade at the trade deadline. How great is that going to be? We've seen the trades around here. They don't ever pan out. We go back to, DeAndre Hopkins last year. Everybody was excited. He did nothing for this team. So you can't rely on a trade coming in for teams that are relying on making trades to get better at this time of the year. I do think it's a little bit of fool's gold if you're relying on that big impact player. But I think you can fix stupid. And they always say you can't fix stupid. But I think in the NFL, you can fix stupid. And committing penalties is stupid. It's because you're out of position. You're not properly doing what you're supposed to be doing in your job. You're getting beat. You can fix that kind of stuff. You can fix those penalties, the pre-snap penalties, all that kind of stuff. You can fix all of those. And if they just fix the penalties and they go into Detroit and they have 4.5, and I'll take the under, less penalties, they win that football game. They win that game on Monday night if they're not stupid.
I'm with you that it's fixable, but I wonder how much longer I'm going to be okay saying these sorts of things. If we fix these, self-inflicted wounds, then the record will improve. Well, we said the same thing about the Royals all season. Hey, if someone besides Bobby, Vinny, and Salvi wants to hit, and this year Michael wants to hit, this team will win more. And it's like, okay, well, at what point do we just sit here and say that the offense is bad? We kept saying, okay, well, Cags is going to come up. So-and-so is going to be hit. They're going to move on from Renfro. Okay,
actually, I think we said that early in the year. We said it was a World Series rotation minor league offense, right?
Mm-hmm. I agree, but I think a lot of people on the text line, especially, and I come from Vern's world, where, you win a game and they say, you're going to the World Series, you lose a game, and they want Vern fired.
Vern fired. Yes.
There's no in between. Oh yeah, Vern.
Nip one in the bud.
Yeah, they want the team, to go to Kansas. If you're right. It's very.
The Royals didn't make the playoffs on purpose so they could lose and move to Kansas. Yeah, that's
gotcha.
Big, yeah,
gotcha.
And I think that when you look at this team, you have to.
That's why the Chiefs are losing too.
And you've got to think that this will get fixed because penalties are something that can get fixed. The offense is something that they fixed in the offseason, and now we're starting to see everybody kind of get back into their role. Obviously, Travis Kelce, what he's on pace for, doing it what he's doing at the age of 35 or 36, I think now. And, you're 2-3. You're what you said earlier. This is normal NFL. We've been spoiled in the past with getting off to such a hot start. You play the Chargers, you play the Philadelphia Eagles, and you play Jacksonville. Jacksonville, for some reason, is finding ways to win. They were told that, you beat Carolina, you beat these other teams. Have you beaten a good team? They beat the Chiefs. Why? Because the Chiefs beat themselves. That's why they lost that game. In my personal opinion, I'm not worried where the Chiefs are going. I just want the penalties to get reduced.
I'm with you. The penalties have to be reduced. If they're not reduced this weekend, then then there's something that needs to happen.
I guess that was my point. Is at what point in the season is your answer? They're just an undisciplined team
today. This is it.
Without the caveat of it could be fixed or it will be fixed.
No, I mean, if they don't fix it after this weekend, then it's probably not going to be something that can be fixed. But the reason that I believe that it will be fixed is because of Jawan Taylor being fixed for the last 8 weeks or last 8 quarters, right? Everybody has been on Jawan Taylor, and he has played mistake-free football for the last 2 games. If Andy Reid can fix the NFL's penalty machine, he can fix everybody else. And if you can't be fixed by Andy Reid, pack your effing bags and go to Dallas because you play for the Dallas Browns or Cleveland Cowboys or whatever loser team is out there. So it will take care of itself. I do believe that it will take care of itself because if Andy Reid can fix Jawan Taylor, he can fix anybody.
Where do you think this team will either show you this week that they're different? Will it be the defensive line? Will it be penalties? Will it be the secondary? Where do you have faith that the team that's shown you the weaknesses they've shown so far will fix it this week?
Well, I think the defensive backs are going to be just fine this week. I think we'll get more of Noel Williams. I think that was a one-off, if you will. I'm going to say it, and he'll probably let me down. It's a big Chris Jones game. Like, I think Chris Jones, based on all of the criticism that he's getting this week, I mean, it's still going. It's Wednesday.
Yeah, the stat that came out yesterday was Jamar Chase has more tackles than Chris Jones.
Right, that's right.
Which I don't think that's true.
Well, I thought he had 8 tackles in Jamar. But either way.
Right.
Either way, right? So that's floating around. Somebody DM me all of the mashups of Chris Jones loafing on Monday night. The Nationals have been talking about Chris Jones. It's been everywhere. He's a veteran player, one of the best players of his generation, will go into the Hall of Fame. Do you want this stank on you? Do you want this kind of memory being the last thing that people have of you going out the door, quitting on your team on Monday Night Football? I don't think Chris Jones is that kind of player. He's shown us that he's not that kind of player over the years. But on Monday night, we all saw what happened. He stunk. He sucked. He quit on his team, and he quit on his fans. And because of that, I believe that Chris Jones is going to use that and go, I messed up, guys. I'm going to take over this game. And the Lions, if I'm not mistaken, they have a banged-up offensive line, right? Like, they're on their third center, aren't they?
I know they have a banged-up secondary. They have 3 cornerbacks that are out. They still have that dynamic defensive line that could cause trouble.
Sure. But I'm talking about, like, Chris Jones getting an advantage. They've had injuries on that offensive line. This needs to be a game for Chris Jones to eat. And if Chris Jones doesn't eat in a game like this and doesn't eat for the rest of the year, then it's time for Chris Jones to move on.
The stat is true. Chris Jones has 4 tackles. One of them is a sack, and Jamar Chase has 5 tackles.
That's insane. You have more.
For who? Like, that's the question. What's it more insane for? Jamar Chase has 5 tackles as a wide receiver 1, or Chris Jones only has 4 tackles?
Okay, let's break this down. It's insane in 3 different ways. It's insane that Jamar Chase has 5 tackles. It's insane that Chris Jones only has 4 tackles. And it's also insane that Jamar Chase has had to be in position 5 times to make a tackle.
Yeah, I get it more from the Chase angle, though. Like, hey, you're on your backup quarterback, a guy that's been floundered from the word go this season, and you're the primary target. So the ball's being thrown your way a lot by someone who stinks. So I get there easier than I get to Hall of Fame defensive tackle making the amount of money he's making, 4 tackles in 5 games.
Yeah, I mean, he's less than a tackle a game. And, guys, this is why I get out of players early. I know people get mad at that all the time. But maybe Chris Jones shouldn't have been brought back after the last season. Maybe we're seeing Chris Jones right before our eyes become that guy that we've never wanted to see, and that's the washed guy that Carrington talks about all the time.
So if he doesn't do it this game, are you giving up belief?
Close. Yeah. Close. I mean, like, I'll never be 100% say I'm giving up on Chris Jones because I've seen that body of work and I don't want to, and we still have a long season to go. But if he goes out there again and he's not an effective football player, you're going to have to start thinking long and hard about the end of the line for Chris Jones.
Speaking of the end of the line, there might be one in Charlotte or wherever the hell they play on the East Coast because, Billy Baru. We'll talk about that next here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Chris Jones, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at the Sheet Metal Workers are ready for you. They've got great programs in place for folks looking for that next career opportunity. Hey, maybe you're graduating high school in May and you're thinking, I don't know if college is the right move for me. I like doing things with my hands. Or maybe you're getting ready to graduate college and you're thinking, I don't really know what I want to do, but I love working with sheet metal. Or maybe you're thinking to yourself, I'm ready for that career change. Well, the Sheet Metal Workers can help you because they have a pre-apprenticeship program, a paid opportunity that lasts 15 months. You'll make $24.55 an hour to start, and then you'll increase to $27.27 an hour after 3 months, all while getting family health coverage at no cost to the employee. And then once you're a first-year apprentice, you'll start earning $30 per hour. The sheet metal guys do so many cool things around Kansas City. They do industrial sheet metal, they do HVAC service and repair, installation, testing and balancing, and what I think is really the coolest is the architectural sheet metal. They built the top of Bartle Hall, the Kauffman Performing Arts Center, and that iconic crown out at Kauffman Stadium. Smart Local 2 welcomes everyone from seasoned professionals to those with no experience, and they offer career training, job security, and a path to advancement, all while giving you the tools and support you need to succeed. Check them out now at sheetmetal2.org. That's sheetmetal2.org.
More than a few of our patients have talked to me about their first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And if you're over 50, it's likely that you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. At Heartland Men's Health, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men using protocols with success rates well over 90%. And those treatments have, in most cases, made sex great again for both them and their partners. You could even find that you're performing like you haven't in years. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens the last time that happens. For just $99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Dane Hughes here. I've seen a lot of stat lines in my playing days, but these numbers, they caught my attention. Flight by Yingling. 2.6 carbs, 95 calories, and all the crisp, refreshing flavor you want in a light beer. It's brewed by the oldest brewery in America, so you know it's got some serious history behind it. If you're into stats and taste, you're going to love this beer. Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer and the official beer of Dane and Hughes. DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You need parts? O'Reilly has parts. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
1 in 8 women will face breast cancer. But the Breast Cancer Research Foundation is changing that. With breakthroughs in prevention and treatment, we're not just saving lives, we're rewriting the future, giving those diagnosed more time to not just survive, but thrive. This is the moment. This is the mission. Support breast cancer research until 1 in 8 is none in 8.
Love it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
That's right. It is a Wednesday. The final time we bring up our Fescoe and Dusty Wednesday poll that you can find on the Fan 965 on X. Who is more likely to turn things around individually this season? The two names, Chris Jones, Harrison Butker. The two percentages read 59% Chris Jones, 41% Harrison Butker, as it's gotten closer, but not really.
No, I think that's a fair kind of judgment. I think it's the defensive lineman because it's easier to get better as a defensive lineman than as a kicker, man. If you don't have it as a kicker and you're trying to get this back, it's not like you can go out there as a kicker and have like 35 plays to get things right. You got basically 3 opportunities, in a game. You better get them right.
What's that mailman from Cheers that I got?
Cliff Clavin?
I got called Cliff Clavin.
Yeah. Q thinks you're Cliff Clavin.
Yeah, I didn't know that. This is from the 816 going straight towards me, or Cliff Clavin. Just learned something, Dusty, that I thought you might like. The guy who wrote Charlie and the Chocolate Factory also wrote another book, and in that one, snozberries is slang for penis. So if snozberries taste like snozberries, that's why Veruca's got that sort of reaction. And
That is a Cliff Clavin.
right? That's why I
Hey, a little known fact here, Normie.
How bad do you think Bill Belichick feels right now?
I don't know. Okay. Honest answer.
He would go bad.
Yeah. Honest answer. He doesn't feel bad at all because he's another narcissist that doesn't understand he's the problem.
Because Mac Brown out here at the age of 75 is trolling Bill Belichick.
He is.
He took a picture with Mac Jones after he beat the Bills on Sunday Night Football. Because Bill Belichick said we will not be posting or having any
You mean
sort
Drake
of...
May.
Or Drake May, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. He had a picture with Drake May. Great quarterback win, great kid. And it's Mac Jones, Mac Brown, who was replaced by Bill Belichick at North Carolina. And then Bill Belichick said, we will not be having any New England Patriot, whatever, even though he was at the whatever acknowledgement. And then Vrabel chimed in on it. And then Mac Brown and Drake May pictured together. And was it a shot?
Yes.
Or was it a coincidence that was his quarterback? I don't know. But either way, it's tough right now for Bill Belichick. It could be one and done.
It should be one and done right now with Bill Belichick. And then his legacy's done. He's a fraud. I
don't know about that.
I will say that. The evidence is there with Tom Brady, without Tom Brady. It's starkly different. Andy Reid was really good without Patrick Mahomes, became great with Patrick Mahomes. But Andy Reid was still a Hall of Famer whether Patrick Mahomes walked through the door or not. Bill Belichick, the evidence is there. Without Lawrence Taylor and Tom Brady, total ass. With Lawrence Taylor and Tom Brady, fine china. Like you have all the fine candies and chocolates in the world. It's great. You take away two of the greatest players of all time. But Andy Reid has been really good regardless of who his quarterback is. So I don't want to hear, oh, you're only good as your player. Andy Reid's been good for his entire career. Bill Belichick is not. There was a TV station in North Carolina yesterday that did an investigative report on this program. And my God, was it entertaining. The locker room's divided. Parents aren't allowed to communicate with coaches. Bill can coach, but he can't run a program, and he won't accept help from the boosters and people in charge. That's why, Dusty, I think he's done, because he's not able to recognize he's got trouble going on. He's not able to say, help me and give me that help, because he thinks he can do everything, and truth of the matter is nobody can do anything. Everybody needs help. Everybody needs assistance, and now they've canceled the Hulu documentary that they were supposed to do.
We're not going to talk about that. Isn't that what Jordy said to him about when they met?
Yeah.
And she said, yeah, that's not happening.
You canceled a documentary. As somebody quote tweeted it yesterday and said, which I thought was really funny, a documentary still goes on whether you're winning or not.
Yeah.
They thought they were going to go down there with all their arrogance in the world and reinvent North Carolina football. And you know what they've done? Not reinvented North Carolina football. I hope Mac Brown trolls the hell out of them, because Mac Brown's a wonderful human being. I love Mac Brown, and I think he's a very good football coach. Won a national championship, better than what Bill Belichick can bring to the table. This is a stupid hire. This was like hiring Bill Callahan at Nebraska. Don't people learn from the mistakes others make before them? Or they're just too arrogant to understand that you're making that same mistake. Bill Belichick should have been the coach of North Carolina like I should have been the coach at North Carolina.
I just think that there's certain – I just don't think college is for him.
No.
New England was in a bad place once everything kind of left, right? They didn't really have anybody left on offense. They thought Bill Belichick could right the ship and continue to be somewhat manageable. It went bad. They had a guy fill in. He got fired. Now Mike Vrabel's there showing.
They had a guy fill in. I like the way you phrased that.
He's fired after 1 year.
I know, but that's kind of what it was. You're the fill-in until we get the guy we want.
Right. And then somebody says, here's a hot take for you. Stefanski gets fired. Bill gets fired. Bill takes Brown's job to finish his clown show. I don't think Bill's going to coach again. But I also don't think that Saban's going to coach again, because a lot of people would think that. But
no, Saban, I would think is done.
I think Saban found a home.
He's great on TV.
And I think that a lot of people looked at it and said, Pat McAfee, Nick Saban, are we kidding me? These two guys are going to work? They actually work.
It's the new Herb Street in Corso.
It's fantastic, and Herb Street's still there.
Right.
He's, and I really do love and enjoy Nick Saban on those shows because you got Pat McAfee feeding him sandwiches. You got him talking about, off the wall stuff, and it works.
Yep.
But I also think that Nick Saban is more personable than Bill Belichick. And I know Bill Belichick was going on McAfee's show, and he had some good drops and good one-liners, but I don't think that he has that riz, you would say these days. That he doesn't have that charisma that Nick Saban somehow found.
Right.
Like, you don't see Bill Belichick doing commercials about Airbnbs.
No.
Showers are no longer in 5 minutes. This isn't a spa.
I mean, Nick Saban, low-key hysterical. Like, you're right, those commercials are great.
Because the thing about Nick Saban is they can tell him, here's where we want to go because it works, and we think he should lean into it, and he does. Whereas you tell Bill Belichick something, he's like, I'm not doing that.
Right. I've got my ways. But like Nick Saban's new at the TV thing. If your producers and the people who have been there before you are telling you to do something and you follow, that's probably the right way to do things. Bill Belichick is the answer man, Dusty. He knows it all, and he'll tell you about it, right? He's got all the answers for everything. When Tom Brady was his quarterback and when Lawrence Taylor was lining up on the defensive side, then he knew it all. Take those two guys away. You know what Bill Belichick knows? Poop from Shinola.
I mean, he's got. I don't know. I don't know if it's. I will say this is definitely like a black eye to his legacy. I don't think his legacy is tarnished, but I think if he gets out after a year, it saves face.
You do think it saves face? Really? See, I think it goes
because
the
if he
other
comes
way.
out, he's like, I just wasn't like. I don't know if he'll ever admit mistake.
No.
Like we all have those friends where they did the wrong, but they in a roundabout way apologize.
Oh, like that coach of
Arizona.
Yeah.
Where it's one of those things where, hey, look, my bad about yesterday. Just had a really bad morning, did all this sort of stuff. I don't care. Just tell me you did wrong. I don't think Bill Belichick can do that. Saban went to the NFL, and it did not work.
No.
He went to Miami, had Dante Culpepper, was decent, wasn't great.
They were 8-8, I think.
Realized it wasn't for him, went back to Alabama after leaving LSU and turned Alabama into Roll Tide, hello, here we are.
Right.
And since then, I mean, we're talking about a game on Saturday that Missouri might beat Alabama.
But Alabama's 5-1 right now or something like that. They're playing good football now.
And I just think that sometimes, I don't know, sometimes the juice isn't worth the squeeze.
I agree.
And I think that even though you thought North Carolina might be the deal, you've got to understand where the game is. Now, if Bill Belichick was coaching college football in 2020, I think he's a little bit more successful. But nowadays, with these kids that have some sort of say in what they want to do and where they want to go, can't control that. And you're seeing coaches struggle with that, whether it be Bill Self at Kansas, whether it be whoever at another university, Bill Belichick in North Carolina. It's hard to control that. And when you don't try to adjust, they'll walk all over you or they'll walk away from you, and then nobody's going there.
Well, and then also you see all these coaches, they're leaving because they don't want to deal with it, right? Like the Sabans and the Krzyzewskis and Roy and all these guys that left, they just didn't want to deal with the new wave of college sports. And I don't blame them. I didn't want to deal with the old wave of college sports, quite honestly. I thought recruiting was terrible in and of itself. Now we're dealing with millions of dollars into all of this, right? And so, that's why like the guy at Texas, they got a $40 million program going on down there with player salaries, the all-hyped, all-world Arch Manning, and they stink. They're not even ranked. They may get motorboated this weekend against the Oklahoma Sooners. And that's where I'm looking at Bill Belichick. The problem is a lot of these rich guys are big dorks, and they just want to be around cool people because they haven't been around cool people, the athletic directors and all these folks. Bill Belichick, ooh, that's a cool name to be around. I'm going to hire him because I've got, guy envy. I got a man crush on Bill Belichick. I don't.
Speaking of being cool, go do something nice for somebody today. You never know. It could change their day, their week, their month, their year. It's simply cool to care. Kansas City, stay kind, stay safe, stay groovy. Coming up next, it's Cody Golden Drew from 10 to 2. Happy birthday, Dad. I love you.
This is voice of the Wildcats, Wyatt Thompson, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for K-State Athletics, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
This is James Hawkins, president of Golden Oak Lending. I am excited to announce our new low rate of 4.5%. That's right, 4.5%. Your home's equity is higher than ever. Use your equity to pay off high-interest credit cards, pay off student loans, or just lower your monthly payment, and skip 2 months of mortgage payments. Our cash-out customers save an average of more than $1,000 a month. You could be saving that too. Imagine what you could do with an extra $1,000 every month. And don't forget, if your loan doesn't close, we'll pay for your appraisal. We make the process fast and easy, often getting your cash in as little as 14 days. Take advantage now of our 4.5% rate before it's too late. Call 913-890-GOLD today. That's 913-890-GOLD.
Golden Oak Lending, cured my blues.
5.442 APR, FHA 15-year, 20% equity, qualified credit, additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
Step into a world where substance meets style. Newton James, Kansas City's newest classic menswear and accessories boutique. They redefine what menswear should be with pieces from designers like Ralph Lauren, Sid Mashburn, Grayson, and more. They'll have you covered from the boardroom to the golf course. At Newton James, they believe someone has to be the best dressed man in the room. It might as well be you. Located in downtown Overland Park or newtonjames.com. Elevate your wardrobe, elevate your presence only at Newton James.